Hello. How's everybody doing tonight? We're going to do something a little bit different. We are going to go through and explore a new mod called Sword and Sorcery, at least new to us, and see if we can build a series around it. Doing this for a number of reasons. I think it's good to get out of a rut every once in a while. I noticed that our last playthrough, beyond just some of the technical glitches that were happening for some of the mods, it was also very much a same thing that we've done many times, and it was getting a little bit grindy. And so what we're going to do tonight is we're going to go and we're going to explore this mod called Sword and Sorcery. So this is the Nexus mods page for it. We're going to take a look at what does it have to offer and what mods could we build around this particular setup, right? How can we construct ourselves a playthrough that makes the most sense? I'm hoping to get some suggestions from the chat of mods that you think might complement it. We'll kind of read through some things here and we'll get some updates going, and then I'm thinking tomorrow night, if everything goes well today, we'll kick off a new series based off of this Sword and Sorcery mod. So let's take a look at what we're actually working with here. So this is a mod that was first released in November of 2022, last updated in December of 2025. I have installed it and I have at least gone into the game to see if it will work. I've also tested it with some other mods that I think we're most likely going to go with, but we'll take a look at what that has to do. Now, if you're new to modding, one of the things that we have to pay attention to are this date does get important. We want to make sure that it was updated at least after the 1.6 release of Stardew Valley. Anything that was released before that, you have potential conflicts, right? You know, things that may have changed. So we want to make sure that it's at least relatively up to date. This one seems like it. You know, you're looking at just, 5 months ago it had its last update. And so I think we're okay from that standpoint. You can see that I have downloaded it. So I already have that going, but we might download some new stuff. We shall see where that goes. Okay, up here at the top, at least on Nexus mods, you're going to run into a bunch of things. So for instance, when we open up the requirements, these are things that you have to install. If you ever look at the mod list that I put out sometimes, you're going to notice that there are lots and lots of mods that are just kind of in the support category, right? In order for this mod to run, you have to have East Scarp. You have to have these 2 sets of tile sheets. You have to have this mapping extensions and extra properties. You have to have Space Core, and optionally you have to have Trinket Tinker. Those are what it uses as part of its infrastructure as well. There are many mods that really don't do anything on their own. They are there to support other mods, and so you will run into that. So we'll have to make sure we download those. And then we want to give attribution, right, to all the people who are, involved in making the mod. So that is a good section there. There are translations. We're not going to worry too much about that. Change logs can be good to look at if you're having a problem. Things along those lines. Nothing big there. Mods using this mod. These are mods, other mods that use this as a prerequisite. Obviously some of these translation mods you're going to run into and different things like that. I'm not going to worry too much about that category. If you want to donate here, and then collections that use this mod. This mod's included in 227 collections that other people have put together. Some of these are really big, right? 220 mods in this one, 500 mods in that one, 99 mods in that one. It's just a way to look at that kind of stuff. All right. So here's what we have. We have Sword and Sorcery, a fantasy expansion. Now, the too long didn't read version of this is kind of like a mixing D&D and Stardew Valley together. And this is what originally appealed to me on this mod. It is something different for us to do. So one thing I was noticing is each of our playthroughs was starting to just get bigger and bigger, but also grindier and grindier. You know, our last few playthroughs have just been, okay, we're going to do the same things again, but this time we're going to do it with Joja, or this time we're going to do it with the community center, or this time we're going to do it with more NPCs. But it was still basically the same gameplay. And so I started thinking, it's like, you know what? I still want to pursue some of those things. I still want to pursue the sabotage, the wrong answers. I think there's an audience for that, but I don't know if a live stream playthrough is the best place to do that. Because if you think about the meat of that playthrough, the sabotage conversations, they don't happen that often. The rest of the playthrough is like, yet again, we have to hit perfection, and yet again, we have to go fishing, and yet again, we have to do these things. So I think I'm going to try to build some videos to showcase the highlights of a sabotage run, but not necessarily a full-on playthrough, because I don't know where the value is at. But this one has some potential, and I think we could potentially do something based off of this idea of creating... Oops, sorry. I'm going to move that over. I'm going to move this over to my main monitor so I can see it better. I've got the thing over there on the left, and it's kind of hard to see. So I'm going to make a quick little change here. All right, we should be good to go. So I'm going to move this over to a different monitor. Here we go. And then on this monitor, I've got Stardrop. So this is my mod manager. It's kind of hard to see. Let me move my camera. This is a build that I started to do for the Sword and Sorcery. But we will start a fresh version of that here in a moment. All right, let's go back to the main monitor here. And I'm just going to turn on the website. There we go. Okay, so Sword and Sorcery, a fantasy expansion. Let's take a look at what this one has to offer. So hail and well met adventure. Sword and Sorcery is a story about heroes. A magical adventure inspired by the likes of Dungeons and Dragons, Baldur's Gate, Final Fantasy, and Kingdom Hearts. Follow the complex tale of the Coastal Adventurers Guild as they learn, grow, and change thanks to the farmer's intervention. It starts with a lone tent on the beach and ends in a battle to save Pelican Town and East Scarp from the remnants of a tragic mining disaster. Dead Drove don't eat. Sword and Sorcery, exactly what it says in the tin. If you prefer a more earthy, mundane East Scarp, this mod is not for you. Hey, Nancy, good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Okay, installation requirements and getting started. The following mods are required: East Scarp, Space Core, tile sheets, meep. Simply drop the... Okay, this is giving you a little bit of how to mod. We're not going to worry too much about that. The entire mod is documented in the player's handbook, a means of immersive documentation mailed to the player on install. Please utilize it and will answer any questions you have pertaining to the event, skills, items, NPCs, and more. SNS is fully compatible with Stardew Valley Expanded, Ridgeside, maybe a Sunbury, and most other content mods. That being said, I don't think we're going to go crazy. We're not going to install all this. Now, when it talks about the player's handbook, I have gone in to test this mod. It's something that does show up in your in-game mail, which is a cool little perk for this mod. Okay, meet your friends in arms against evil. Sword and Sorcery adds 3 romanceable NPCs, 2 befriendable NPCs, 1 antisocial NPC, and 2 fake NPCs via Meep, which is one of the core mods there. Mateo, the Artificer, leader of the Coastal Adventurers Guild. This rogue with the heart of gold will steal your heart away. Hector, the Druid, an ornery recluse living in East Scarp's deep mountains. This shapeshifter will test how trustworthy you are. Cirrus, the Bard, one of Ferngale Republic's most famous musicians, has come to the valley, and not just to play guitar. Roslyn, the Sorcerer, the eccentric magician, comes to the guild with a desperate task to rescue her partner. Dandelion, the Paladin, she's met a terrible fate, hasn't she? Solomon, no adventuring party is complete without an annoying sidekick. In this case, Rollins' questionable shadow folk patron. Emeritus and Book, charming companions who you'll encounter in your adventure who decide to stick around. All right, Mateo, Hector, and Cirrus are fully romanceable with over 15 events each, with unique content, spouse rooms, parlors, kids, powers. You can unlock each NPC's dating route by selecting romantic rather than platonic during the 10th event cutscene, or if you're single, during the finale sequence in the Deep Dark. Sword and Sorcery NPCs cannot be dated simultaneously due to how the finale works. Be forewarned, polyamory suite tends to cause issues with NPCs with custom romanceable mechanics such as these. All right, so we have a relatively small cast of characters, but a cast of characters nonetheless. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the next setup. Set out on a hero's journey. Sword and Sorcery is intended to give an RPG feel and is primarily designed around each major NPC introducing a new skill to the farmer. Artificer, perfect for sharp shooting skills with a craftable bow and arrows, or master the forge and expand on your smithing know-how. Druid, master wild shape and take the form of stag, doe, or wolf, or foster ancient plants long since lost to time. The Bard, take on a defensive or offensive focus while using a slew of new musically themed utility spells. Sorcerer, pour your efforts into research and collecting elemental essences and learn mysterious new rituals and potion recipes. Paladin, use your new offhand weapon slot to bolster your armor by using a shield and flinging it at your enemies when they get too close. All right, during the climax of the story, you will experience the Deep Dark, a new 30-floor dungeon twisting dangerously underneath East Scarp, with a final boss, custom forage, custom ore, custom tools to be made with the aforementioned ore, and very challenging custom monsters. If the dangerous mines weren't enough for you, try this. Have no fear, though. If you're able to light all 4 candles on Grandpa's altar, you'll receive a legendary weapon from the renowned hero to aid you in your quests. Isn't that the beginning of year 3? I don't know if we'll get that far in. All right, we'll see. This is in addition to over 100 events and thousands of lines of dialogue, new items, weapons, crops, recipes, machines, maps, location messages, fish, extremely dynamic characters with seasonal outfits and overlays, detailed configuration options, crossovers, and more. And then we've got a credits page. They're working on a 3.0. But I haven't seen anything about 3.0. And then we've got these people, Dusty Nova, Kitty Cat Casey, Seventh Axis, Ender Teddy, Mad Dog, okay, Mad Dog of blank, the Main Dane, Tenebrous Nova, and the French Dodo. All right. I do like to see this on mod pages. This is kind of cool. It's basically, here are things that we think would enhance the playthrough. So that's kind of a cool thing there as well. All right. So what I'm going to do is we're going to use this as our core. This is going to be the mod of choice. And we want to build ourselves an experience around this particular mod. So let's go ahead and switch over here. Let's see, I need to move myself. Let's put me over there. There we go. Okay, so what we're going to do, this is Stardrop. It's a mod manager that I use to keep track of things. The nice part about this is you can have multiple mods installed and turn them on and off per playthrough. That way, if you're switching like we do from playthrough to playthrough, it will make it so that you don't have to worry so much about deleting mods and turning mods on and off and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and make ourselves a new profile. We're going to call this Sword and Sorcery. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and switch over to Sword and Sorcery. And now what we have is we essentially have a blank. Now, this list of all the mods that I currently have installed, and evidently one that needs an update, but none of this, if we start Stardew Valley right now, It's kind of behind my camera, but if I come up here to the little start button that's up in the upper right hand corner, it would start with no mods installed, right? So this is the no mod configuration. So the first thing we need to do is we need to turn on the core mod, right? Sword and Sorcery. So let's do that. So let's go find, type much, there we go. All right, so here's Sword and Sorcery. We've got the mod itself, and we've got the SMAPI component. When we click this on, you're going to notice that it turned that one on. The other thing that a mod manager will do for you is, because I already have a lot of these mods installed, you're going to see up here at the top, it turned on Content Patcher, East Scarp Locations, Mapping Extensions, Space Core, HXW Tile Sheets, Luminestria Tile Sheets Indoor, and Lumisteria Tile Sheets Outdoor. These are all of those prereqs, right? If you think back to over here, we had the prereqs that it wanted us to have. East Scarp, the tile sheet, the thing here, the Space Core. It did not turn on Trinket Tinker. So let's go ahead and go do that. So there is Trinket Tinker. We're going to turn that one on. And it also didn't turn on the rest of the East Scarp mods. So let's get those turned on. All right, so we've got East Scarp here. We've got forage settings. We've got NPCs. We've got the barber shop. And this is Fievel Goes to East Scarp. This is an additional mod. We'll keep it off for right now, although I think we might turn it on. Okay, so based off of this now, you can see that we now have 15 mods turned on. 15 mods essentially just to get Sword and Sorcery working at its core. If we played from here, we would have all the content we would need to do all of East Scarp and this new Sword and Sorcery that is an expansion for East Scarp. So that is something that's kind of unique to this mod, is it's expanding East Scarp. It's not just expanding the game itself. So I think somewhere in the description it calls it an expansion for an expansion, right? So here we go, an expansion for an expansion. Okay, so we are now armed with our core. I think we'll go ahead here and I'm going to kick off this mod and we'll move this out of the way. That's just the SMAPI window that's going to kick on. And so now what Stardrop is doing is it creates a virtualized directory of mods. So it goes through the mods that I have selected and it says, okay, we're going to convince SMAPI and Stardew Valley that these are the only mods that are installed. And so what it does is it creates a symbolic link or a virtual shortcut to the actual mods, but it puts them in a place so the game only thinks those mods are installed. So that's how it manages things on the back end to allow the game to think that only these mods are installed. That way you don't have to uninstall the rest of your mods, right? So there's Stardew Valley kicking up. Maybe we'll get lucky and get the specialized intro thing or something like that. All right. I did create, I think I might have deleted it. We'll see. I don't remember if I created a save file to test this or not. Nope, that's the Jojo 7 farm. So that was the one we've just been working on. So let's get out of there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and create ourselves sword test. So all it was really missing was the East Scarp. I will do sword test, and I guess we'll do swords. Now, one of the first things that we'll probably vote on is which farm should we use? Or should we install ourselves a mod farm? I'll have to kind of talk about that. I'm kind of leaning Meadowlands, so let's make a Meadowlands farm. I'm not going to worry about character customization right now. We're going to skip the intro because it's going to be the same. And we're just going to jump into the game here. So what we're going to look for here is... we might look at that as a map for sure. Okay, so basically all we're doing here is we're just jumping in to see if everything worked, didn't crash. I'm checking over here. I'll pop this open on the other monitor. Right, I'm looking in here to make sure we're not getting any errors. You know, right, so far no actual errors. There's a few little like column warnings and stuff, but this is just the Smappy going through and configuring the mods, making sure everything is working. We are good there. We'll pop outside, we'll check the mail. We've got Eloise, and here we go. So we have the Sword and Sorcery 2nd edition. This is pretty cool, right? So let's take a look at this. This is an in-game item that they have created, this kind of like your D&D source book. So check this out. This is pretty cool. So on the very first page here, we have an introduction. We have links to the mod, links to their Ko-Fi and their Patreon. Very cool, well put together. We've got a table of contents kind of describing what all the sections are, and they all are hyperlinked. Right, so if we click on story characters, it goes to that, which is pretty cool. And then we've got an about section. Sword and Sorcery is vanilla adjacent magical adventure inspired by the likes of Dungeons and Dragons, Baldur's Gate, and Final Fantasy. Follow a complex story. That's, I think, what was on the mod page. So this is pretty cool. Now, as you start to work your way through here, each of these has multiple pages of information that you can go through. So here we have a table of contents. It looks like there are things that are locked that we haven't accessed yet. So that opens up, which is pretty cool. Now you're all good. You're all good. We've got the different characters that we've just read about. We've got the skills, how the skills work, the game mechanics, adventure bar, equipment slots. And tonight, I think we're going to go through all of this. That's my plan. I want to go through and figure out what's going on here. NPCs. Ooh, we got to see what's in cheats. Okay, so these are like console commands, which is interesting. And then there's a dedication here. So I think it's worth taking a look at this. This project is dedicated to the memory of the Lore Seeker, a beloved community member who made a point to encourage people's wildest ideas. He may no longer be with us, but he lives on in the content of those he inspired. Thank you to him and everyone else who contributed to Sword and Sorcery, and especially to you, the player, for seeing this story all the way to the end. Signed with love, Destinova. All right, so there we go. So I think we'll spend some time on this. Let's get a feel for, let's see, this is all story stuff. Let's look at the characters. So there's Mateo, experienced adventurer with a kind heart who grew up in Pelican Town. Not only are they skilled rogue, but they have an inclination for blacksmithing, a good leader and better friend who always have your back. Oh, Emrys isn't even human. Not friendable. Okay, that's interesting. Birthday. All right, so not friendable. Emeritus is a jovial pepper rex who hatches with one goal: to protect East Scarp from the crab menace. He's the most loyal sidekick there is and loves the occasional kiss on the forehead. He'll return it with a bonus slobber. Hey, Harsh, welcome to the chat. Got Hector here. Hector is an elusive druid living in the dilapidated old tower. Seemingly having been around as long as the land itself, this knowledgeable yet bitey shapeshifter has a lot to learn about the social graces. However, she has a lot to offer those who prove themselves trustworthy. All right, there's a character that is a book. That's kind of cool. I'm doing well, thank you. A mysterious grimoire with a hidden catalog of power, including shapeshifting and druidics. She cares deeply for Hector and is determined to watch over her, and seemingly has been for many, many years, with no intention of leaving the druid side. I'm very fascinated that there is a book as a character. Cirrus. Cirrus is well known all across the Ferngil Republic for her addictive lyrics and memorable melodies. This glam rock star has seen it all, most often the bottom of a bottle. But she's sober now and looked for a fresh start away from the chaos of celebrity life. And we've got Rosalind. Rosalind doesn't appear to be human. It is new to us. It's been around for a while, but it's one that we're checking out for the first time. Yep. Rosalind is a skilled sorcerer hailing from Amonzad, a desert city a continent away. Her deal with the shadow folk, Solomon, has bolstered her elemental mastery beyond what most mortals are able to achieve. All right, Solomon. Solomon is an annoying on a good day, troublesome, crass, and mischievous. Yeah, it's completely free. So it is a mod that is up on... here, let me see if I can pop off. Nope. Let me turn that back on. I don't know where I moved the... Let me find the website. There we go. There it is. I found it on Nexus Mods. Okay, let's see if that'll show up now for you guys. There we go. So Sword and Sorcery, a fantasy expansion for East Scarp is the full name of it. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Okay, let's see. Troublesome, crass, and mischievous. This shadow folk is an expert in the occult. He's got quite an ego about it, though one which may not entirely be warranted. He is intrinsically connected to Rosalind. All right, and then we've got Dandelion. Dandelion is a paladin who got a tumultuous relationship with her. Oath and apparent difficulty keeping track of her limbs. Despite her heroic tendencies, she aches to lay her sword and shield down by the flowers. I want to be a paladin. I've always liked being a paladin, so. Okay, so those are the characters. I feel like there were more characters than that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, very cool. Okay, so each character looks like it has a chapter. Visit the oh, there's hints in here. That's kind of cool. Okay, I'm kind of digging that. This will take us to the character, but also, again, notice that the chapters, we can't look at the stuff that we haven't unlocked yet. So that's kind of cool. It gives you hints, but also a progression system. All right, what's next? Skills. All of the sword and sorcery skills, their professions, and what they provide all in one place. You can't play as the characters. They would be like any other NPC in Stardew Valley, right? They would be like, you know, Robin or, you know, Haley or different things like that. All right. We've got Artificer, Druidics, Bardics, Sorcery, and Paladin. So I wonder, can we acquire all these new skills? So as I'm kind of thinking about the playthrough, like my first gut would be, let's put Walk of Life back on. I love the Walk of Life mod, but if this provides new skills, I don't know that we're going to want to change the skill system any, but let's take a look here. All right, one of Sword and Sorcery skills unlocked during the Underforged Mateo event. Artificer can be leveled up killing monsters and mining. Unlocks Cloth armor, bow and arrow. Yeah, so all of the standard Stardew Valley stuff will still be in the game, right? You'll still have all the normal Stardew Valley stuff. This is on top of all that. All right, so we've got armor, bows and arrows. Okay, interesting. Level 2 mechanics unlocked. Pure ore now has a chance to drop from their respective ore nodes for use in the Underforge. Also love the fact that these are hyperlinked. That is really cool. Do these actually link? Okay, no, those aren't linked, but this is linked. Level 3, copper armor, firestone arrow, icicle arrow. Mechanics and recipe unlocks. Exquisite gems now have a chance to drop from their respective gem nodes for use in the Underforge. We got iron armor. See the Artificer Professions page. Okay, we'll look at that in a minute. Unlocks. You can now perform blade coating at the Underforge using large stacks of certain monster loot. Wind Waker arrow. Oh, these have tooltips. Armor protecting from 25 points of damage. Bow that shoots arrows. A basic arrow. Armor protecting from 50 points of damage. A fire arrow that causes additional damage over time. All right, that's kind of cool. We've got a dot. A frosty arrow that stuns your foes. Okay, very cool. Armor protecting for 75 points of damage. An arrow pushing your foe back from the force of a strong wind. We've got gold armor, protecting you from 100 points of damage. Iridium armor, 125 points of damage. A ricochet arrow, an arrow that bounces off walls. Lightbringer arrow, an arrow capable of eradicating foes in one hit. No loot drops. That's crazy. Radioactive armor, armor protection for 150 points. Stygium? I'm going to say Stygium. I'm not sure. That's not a word I'm familiar with. Armor protecting from 175 points of damage. Curses on touch. Elysium. Nigh indestructible shining armor protecting from 200 points of damage. And then level 10. Okay, let's look at the Artificer. Okay, so that's just the... Okay, it's next in line. So that makes sense. Like vanilla skills, the Artificer skill provides professions that change the gameplay experience at levels 5 and 10. Level 5, we can be Artificer Specialist. Add stamina regeneration ability to armor points by changing locations. Roguish archetype, 25% chance of shooting a second arrow without consuming additional ammo. So it's kind of a... Do you want to go with a... We're going to regen... Or are we going to go, I guess, more offensive there? Okay, at level 10, if you do Artificer, we've got Flash of Genius. The first craftable you make each day has 0 ingredient cost. No, ingredients must still be owned. That's kind of cool. Get a free craftable each day. Adds 50% more armor points on top of your total amount. Oh, that's definitely defensive there. So you could go extra stamina, extra defense. I got to say, I like defensive builds. All right, so the second level 5 is Roguish. We've got Shadow Step. Grants the Shadow Step ability. Become hidden, reducing most monster aggro until you attack. Your first attack after using the ability is an automatic critical hit. Usable with the Adventurer bar. What's that? Okay, that's a mechanic. We'll get to that in a minute. Now, I don't like that the back doesn't take you back to where you were. It does take you just back in that section, but they're probably limited on what they can do in-game here. Hunter's Mark. Once a creature is attacked, consecutive hits on the same creature do slightly more damage each time. Okay, so yeah, Roguish is definitely a more offensive build. Artificer is definitely a more defensive build. Okay, that's interesting. Druidics. One of Sword and Sorcery skills unlocked during Hector's 10 Heart event. Druidics can be leveled up by farming and foraging. Now, is Hector somebody we have to date? I hope you don't have to date these people to get the skills. Otherwise, you can't get all the skills. So we'll have to look into that. Each level you will be increased your transform movement speed and regeneration. Okay, let's check something here. We haven't met them, I guess, yet. But, oh crap, I haven't put on look up anything yet. So, okay, I can't look that up quite yet, so we'll do that in a second. Hector the Druid. I don't know, can't tell if they're dateable or not. Okay, each level you will increase your transform movement speed and regeneration speed, as well as the drop rate of druidic essence. Alright, unlocks 2 forms, shapeshift to a buck, shapeshift to a doe. Recipe unlocks ancient amaranth seeds, ancient epihytic fern seeds, ancient glowing polypore mushroom spores, ancient wild fairy rose seeds, revive plant. What's revive plant? Revive a 5x5 area of crops around you. That's interesting. Revive. That means you could revive out of season crops? What else would kill a plant? Ancient elderberries. Your mother was a hamster. Okay, we got the druidic professions. Ancient bottle gourd seeds, lava eel, and bottle gourd. So this definitely has a nature / growing slant to it. Ancient giant appleberry seed, fried polypore mushrooms and red sauce, ancient azure datura flower seeds, fern greens and pineapple, ancient growing huckleberry seed, ancient huckleberry ice cream. And then we got the professions. All right, like vanilla skills, the druidic skill provides professions that change the gameplay experience at levels 5 and 10. All right, adds stamina regeneration ability to shapeshifting. Occurs after not moving for a few seconds. Reduces cost of creating ancient druidic seeds by 1 essence. So we've got more of the adventure, or maybe more of the farmer route here. All right, Stag's Path adds health regeneration to stamina regeneration with double the speed. Adds ability to fight while shapeshifted, as well as a defense and attack buff. Unlocks the shapeshift wolf ability, usable with the adventure bar. All ancient crops grow 10% faster, and all artisan goods derived from them are worth 10% more. Stacks with artisan and agriculturalists. Holy cow. So there's your money branch, I guess. Branch of, I'm going to say, Yggdrasil. Druidic essence have an additional 10% chance to drop. Druidic crops water surrounding crops with the same range as a quality sprinkler. So a druidic crop becomes a sprinkler. That's pretty cool. Hey, Victus, good to see you, my friend. How you doing? All right. The druidics are kind of cool. Bardics. One of Sword and Sorcerers unlocked during Cirrus 10 Heart event. Bardics can be leveled up by talking to NPCs and performing songs from your adventure bar. So there's a musical slant to this one, obviously. All right, we've got Fantasia a la Marcia. Grants a random passive buff. Battlefield Overture grants either an attack or defensive buff. Invigorating Encore restores 25% health and energy. That's interesting. Hey, Noah, good to see you. Good to see you. This is interesting. Only usable once per day. But still, that's a heal. That's not too bad. Creates a protective sound barrier that keeps enemies away for 30 seconds. Interesting. College of Eloquence or College of Valor. Offers a buff depending on who is played to. Lets out a discordant sound that damages all enemies in range. Ballad of Chronomancy. Pauses time for 2 minutes. Oh, I'm intrigued by that one. Teleports you to your horse. Oh, that's cool. I'm liking that one. Applies a 25% growth rate to crops in a 7x7 area around you once per crop. And then we've got allows remote use of any obelisk you've acquired. Oh. Okay. Druidic skills are cool. Or sorry, Bardic skills are cool. I'm intrigued by this one. Like vanilla skills, yada, yada, yada. All right, learn. So College of Eloquence, you learn this Rogue's song. College of Valor, you learn this different song. Animated performances. Strength of Bardic buffs are doubled, or all Bardic buffs last all day. Ooh. That one's intriguing. No time limit on your buffs. I kind of like that. College of Valor. Damage of the Scherzo Ingano is doubled, and damage of the thing is extended to the entire location. All right, so we definitely have, I don't want to say defensive. Like the College of Eloquence offers a buff, seems to be more buffy support, and the College of Valor seems to definitely be more offensive and things like that. Okay, intriguing. Sorcery. Okay, this one, when I first saw the list of skills, this is the one I was intrigued with the most. If you've followed me for a while, you know that I have longed to become the Wizard's Apprentice and learn magic in Stardew Valley. And I've always been disappointed that we've never gotten to do it. So let's see what this one is. One of the Sword and Sorcery skills unlocked during Rosalind's 9-Heart event. Sorcery can be leveled by casting sorcery spells from the adventure bar. Each level you will gain 10 max ether. Your level new skills by leveling up sorcery skill. Unlocking sorcery also gives you access to alchemy and transmutation. All right, what do we have? Haste. Speeds you up. Oh, already liking it. Magic missile. You got to have a magic missile. Fire 3 projectiles that home in on the enemy. All right, I'm already intrigued. Pocket chest. Opens a chest in dimensional pocket bound to you. Nobody else can access this chest. Mage armor. Increase the maximum armor points for the day. Find familiar. Summon a small pet to follow you for the day, increasing your luck. Fireball. Cast a ticking time bomb fireball directed towards your cursor. Mirror image. Summons 3 illusionary duplicates which have a chance of taking a hit for you. And teleport circle. The core of a teleport circle. Okay. I'm only halfway through sorcery and I am, or sorcerer, and I'm already salivating over this one. I see the sorcerer professions unlocks his spells. Polymorph. Turn an enemy into a slime for 10 seconds. Killing it will make it revert back to its normal form. Lightning bolt. Fire a bolt of lightning at the closest enemy that can chain into other enemies. Stasis prevents you from moving, acting, or taking damage for 3 seconds. Ghostly projection. Move without colliding for 15 seconds. At the end, teleport back to where you were upon initial cast. Oh, and look at that. They have cooldowns. Ooh, ooh. Banishment. Send an enemy to another realm for 20 seconds. Ice bolt. Launch an icicle to freeze enemies around your cursor in an area of attack. And pocket dimension. Teleports you to a pocket dimension which you can use as you like. It acts as a greenhouse. Oh my goodness. I just want this one skill. You can get rid of all the other stuff so far. All right, Hedge Witch. Double chance for elemental essence drops. Transmuting essences now costs 2 essences. Magus. 25% spell damage increase. Damaging spells. Aether costs slightly reduced. Master Alchemist. All alchemy recipes have their essence requirements halved. Transmutation now costs 1 essence. So a question is, these new resources, how easy will they be to get? Like if this essence is really hard to come by, then all these cool skills, you can only use a little bit. So that'll be an interesting thing to find out. Teleportation circle essence cost reduced to 0. I'm intrigued by this teleportation circle. Abjurant Champion. Immune to damage briefly after casting 25% increased damage buff. 75-point increase to max ether and restores some ether upon taking damage. I'm liking Hedge Witch Alcahestrist, whatever this one is. I don't know how important this teleportation circle is, but I'm intrigued. All right, Paladin. This is the other one that I was really intrigued by because I love playing Paladins. Unlocked during the final boss fight's intermission event or at the beginning of the game through an option in Smappy config. Paladin can be leveled up by talking to NPCs and completing quests. Each level you gain 10 max health and unlock a new upgrade for Dandelion's Paladin shield. Apply upgrades at the anvil at the Underforge. All right, hopefully it tells us more about this. I don't know how quick you get to this boss fight. So having this not kick in till the very end of the game, maybe, I don't know. We might do that unlock. We'll see. All right, we've got Artificer shield upgrade, increases projectile damage. Druid shield upgrade, shape-shifting no longer costs Aether to maintain. That's kind of cool. Bardic shield upgrade, 1 use per day songs can now be used a second time. Nice, that's a good upgrade. Sorcerer shield upgrade, random chance of causing a magical shockwave when thrown shield hits an enemy. All right. Level 5, on your left. Throwing your shield now hits a second target at half damage. Fight to end the fight. Fight to end the fight. Shields additionally give double the armor points when equipped. All right. Offense or defense. Not too crazy. The sun will shine on us again. On being hit by a thrown shield, nearby enemies will be struck by lightning. I'm digging that. The have an army, we have a... Oh, they have an army, we have... I think that's... that feels like a quote from the Avengers. Shield throw will now hit 3 targets at full damage. Fight to the end. I can do this all day. Shield additionally gives double the armor points when equipped for a total of 4 times the base shield armor value. If you have armor points when you take damage and have a shield equipped, automatically deal damage back to your enemies. So we've got big defense or reflect. All right, I'm intrigued, I gotta say. So far so good. I'm a fan. Now I haven't read any of this yet. This is my first time going through all this, so it is definitely you're getting my initial gut reaction on a lot of this stuff. Learn about the different mechanics you'll encounter throughout the story of Sword and Sorcery. All right, we have a table of contents. Let's rock through these. Where are we at on time? Are we doing okay? Yeah, we're looking okay. After obtaining Shadow Step or Shape-Shifting, you will unlock the Adventure Bar, which hosts your abilities and displays your current... Is it Ether or Aether? How do you guys pronounce that? You can change which abilities you have equipped through the Adventure Bar mode. Or the Adventure Bar menu. You will unlock different abilities throughout the story of Sword and Sorcery. Using Adventure Bar abilities, use the Control, Shift, and row number keybinds. All right. Access the Adventure Bar menu by pressing U. When using the controller, radial menu mod is highly recommended. You can also hide the Adventure Bar by pressing Control U. You cannot use abilities while the Adventure Bar is hidden. All keybinds can be changed through Smappy config. Additionally, you can also configure the Aether's bar's color. That's cool. Equipment shot, Sword and Sorcery. Oh, let's go look at that. What do we have? Oh, okay, it's over here, I think. We have an armor slot and an offhand slot. Oh, check that out. That's kind of cool. Oh, I like how they implemented this. They didn't try to shove it onto the main interface. They actually created a new interface. And I don't know if new things will pop up here. All right. We don't have the Adventure Bar yet. I'm hitting U and nothing's happening. What about Control U? Yep. Nothing. Again, because we haven't unlocked it, I'm guessing, so. Alright. Equipment slots. Sword and Sorcery uses Space Core's equipment menu in order to add 2 new equipment slots for you. The armor slot, the offhand slot. Small note as of the writing, you must not be holding your armor or offhand weapon when you're open the menu. This is a limitation of Space Core's equipment slot. Yeah, that's fine. You can equip armor in the armor slot to gain a protective buff through armor points. You can equip weapons, including shields, in the offhand slot, allowing you to dual wield weapons. Ooh. Okay, digging that. Armor points acts as an extra buffer that absorbs damage before you lose health from your health bar. Armor points come from armor and shields and automatically replenish at the beginning of each day. Okay, cool. After reaching Artificer level 1, you can craft armor for the armor slot on your equipment menu. Armor is the main method of gaining armor points. All right, and then there's all of our different armors, 25 to 200. Be interesting to see how this interacts with the existing defense buff that you get. Shields are a new type of weapon available to the player. They can be used as a melee weapon to direct hit enemies or be thrown using right click to hit the enemy or deal damage on impact. They additionally provide armor points to absorb damage and can be equipped in the shield slot in your equipment menu. Normal shields, bang, 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 bang. Skill shields, bang, 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 bang. Note, crafting recipes for Stygium and Stygium armor will change to require radioactive tier ingredients if you've reached the bottom of the dangerous mines. Oh, okay, so maybe if you want to craft these, don't go to the bottom of the dangerous mines if you don't want the radioactive thing. I'll have to look into that. Sword and Sorcery introduces dual wielding, allowing you to use 2 weapons at once. You can equip a second weapon for dual wielding through the equipment menu. Now, this is intriguing. Think about this. If you have one weapon that has, let's say, the Crusader buff, and your second weapon has like the bug killer buff or some other thing, I wonder if you get both applied. When dual wielding, both weapons will swing at the same time, dealing damage. Weapon special ability, ice sword blocking, will activate for both weapons. Weapon stats like speed, defense, weight, crit, chance, and crit power will be ignored for the offhand weapon. All right, weapon enchantments will also be ignored for the offhand weapon. I guess I should have read ahead. So you can't do that. So you can't have like your offhand weapon have a second enchantment on it that's different and gain that enchantment. So mostly it's probably just a damage increase then for dual wielding. I wonder if you can dual wield different types of weapons. Both weapons will swing at the same time. What about weapon speed? I wonder if it just uses the primary weapon speed. And I wonder if you have to dual wield the same type of weapon. Don't know. I guess we'll find out after we start playing. After unlocking the Artificer skill, you can enter the Underforge inside the Coastal Adventurers Guild by going through the door to the right. In the top left corner, you'll find the forge. Here you can attach 3 different types of enchantment items to your weapon once you've reached the appropriate level of Artificer's skill. Blade alloying. Attach 25 pure ore to improve damage. Pure copper, pure iron, pure gold, pure iridium. I like that they're using the existing ores and then adding a higher end version of it. Used to craft armor and strengthen weapons at the Underforge. Can be smelted into 3 to 5 regular copper. So these are like super ore. That's kind of cool. Pure ores can be smelted into their non-pure forms. 3 to 5 pieces per 1 ore. Heavy furnace, 75 to 130 pieces per 25 ore. Very cool. All right. Exquisite gem socket. Attached to an exquisite gem for new effects. Evasion. All right. So these are very similar to the existing enhancements. I wonder if this is in addition to. So we got evasive. Increase your speed by 1.5 for 5 seconds after hitting an enemy. Reduce incoming damage by 15%. Deals an extra 10% damage to an enemy once every 3 seconds after hitting them. To an enemy once every second for 3 seconds. So it's like a 3-second little dot. Grants 2 stamina. I wonder if stamina is a different... I wonder if that's linked to energy, or if they've got the... Where I lost it there. Or stamina is a new resource. 50% chance of freezing an enemy on hit. Grants +1 health upon hitting an enemy. And provides 50% chance on a critical hit when hitting an enemy. If a hit is already a critical hit, the damage will be multiplied again. Very nice. Weapon coding. Attach monster loot for new effects. Slimy. Slows down enemies upon hit. Works once per enemy. Basic attack affects all 4 cardinal direction. Attacks in the other directions are invisible. Ooh. So if you're attacking one thing, it attacks in all directions. I don't know how swarmy the new dungeon's going to be. That has some potential there. Upon killing a mob, they blow up. No damage to the farmer. So that's kind of like the ring, I guess. Mob drops are rolled twice. And you can attack across stones and other objects. Oh, that one's intriguing. I'm intrigued by that. Long Live the King. Long Live the King is a late game powerful weapon added by Sword and Sorcery. It can equip keychains. And has 2 forms, sword form and gun form. In the gun form, you use bullets as ammo. You can change the form in one of 3 ways. Using the Long Live the King swap ability in your adventure bar. Swap on right click, which is turned off by default. You can turn it on in Smappy. Turning on swap on right click will prevent you from activating the sword form's block ability. Pressing a keybind, by default, there is no keybind. You have to manually... Okay. Well, if I can set a keybind, that's what we'll probably do. Getting the... Well, what's it called? The Long Live the King. Obtaining the Long Live King automatically unlocks the recipes for bullets as well. The requirements for acquiring the Long Live the King depends on your Smappy config. There are 3 difficulties. Requires all 4 candles during Grandpa's evaluation or reevaluation. Requires all 4 candles during Grandpa's evaluation acquiring the Infinity Blade. Requires all 4 candles during Grandpa's evaluation acquiring the Infinity Blade, at least 50% perfection. Honestly, the way that we play the game, I'm going to say those aren't all that much different in difficulty. By the time we hit year 3, Affinity Blade and 50% perfection are not issues. There's a lot of games where we hit perfection at the end of year 2. So I'm not too worried about the difficulties there. All right, keychains. Long Live the King has a special slot which takes keychains. Keychains are an accessory for the Long Live the King, which provide buffs for the player when equipped. Sword and Sorcery adds 1 keychain. Styles keychain. Trinket Tinker compatibility. If Trinket Tinker is installed, 3 additional keychains that spawn companions are added. Styles keychains also gains a companion. Each new keychain has a 10% chance of appearing in the mail after seeing the listed NPC's 10 heart event and obtaining the Long Live the King. Additional keychains. Emerus's keychain. A keychain for Long Live the King in the shape of Emerus's How Cute. Summons Emeritus, shoots fireballs, gathers forage, finds items in mine. Buff Bite the Passage. Wolf Hector keychain. Summons Wolf Hector, gathers forage, gathers crops, stamina recovery, buff Aqua Regia. Book keychain. Finds forage, health recovery, plus 75 max stamina, buff Wind of the Windermere. Add-on compatibility. Other mods can easily add keychains with unique effects to the gun blade as well. Additional add-on keychains. BF commemorative keychain. Bear Fam commemorative keychain. A souvenir keychain the bears picked up for you at their last family vacation. It has your name engraved on the back in your favorite color. Effect: +2 defense, +3 health and stamina every second. Oh, that's crazy. Acquisition: receive Bear Fam finale level letter. Have the long live the king. All right, interesting. Druidic Essence. Sword and Sorcery adds a number of new essences, one of them being Druidic Essences. They are used as a special order during the story, as well as the crafting of your progress in Druidic skills. You can gather this item the following ways: tilling soil, watering crops, harvesting crops, cutting grass. All right, well, depending on how often it spawns, that's not too bad. You can till soil all day long. Be sure to keep saving these after the special order is complete. They will definitely come in handy. Oops, let's see if there's anything else. Okay. Elemental Essences. Upon meeting with Rosin in first event of Chapter 4, the elemental essence of earth, air, fire, and water will begin dropping around you. Essences are used in quests, learning spells, alchemic recipes, and using the teleportation circle. Earth for mining, air defeating flying enemies, fire defeating volcano enemies, lava fishing, water fishing, ocean crab pots, panning, SNS fish in fish ponds. Druidic, solar, and void all count as elemental essences. Solar and void. Okay. Awesome. Digging that so far. Alchemy and transmutation. Alchemy. Upon unlocking sorcery, you will also gain the ability make alchemic potions and stones via the Philosopher's Stone spell. All buff potions apply buffs that last for 11 minutes and 40 seconds. 11 minutes and 40 seconds. Let's check something here. 11 minutes and 40 seconds. So 11 minutes times 60 seconds is 660 plus 40. So that's 700 seconds. So that is 110 minute sections divided by 6. So that's roughly, if you're just playing the game, 16 in-game hours. So 6 to 6 would be 12. So it'd be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 6 in the morning till 10 at night, or if you go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, if you don't do it till like mid-morning. Yeah, that basically is all day, roughly. So the math says. So. Okay, what do we got? All buff potions apply. +5 foraging, +5 attack, +5 speed, +3 speed, defense, and attack, +5 farming, +1 farming, fishing, and mining, +10 max stamina, +5 mining, +3 magnetism, +5 luck, +4 mining, +4 defense. Potion of Return. Creates a portal on your farm that returns you to the last place you drank the potion. Interesting. So you could mark an area, go home. So you drink the potion, you go home, and then use the portal to go back to that place where you drank the potion. So it's almost like a return type of thing. That's interesting. You can also create spare exquisite gems using 3 normal gemstones and 5 elemental essences. If you find yourself in need of specific elemental essence, you can transmutate one essence into another via the transmutation spell. The conversion ratio for essence is 4-to-1 default, 2-to-1 hedge witch, or 1-to-1 master alchemist. Okay, that's intriguing. If you can transmute 1-to-1, all essences are just one big pool, which means you could do pretty much anything you want at no cost. Master alchemist, huh? Okay, all of a sudden now this 0 teleportation, I'm almost more intrigued by the the hedge witch thing there. Okay, let's see. Let's get back to where we were. Oops. Alchemy and transmutation. All right, cool. Remote spells allow you to access certain SNS menus through a spell instead of physically going to the location you normally access them. Remote spells cost 0 Aether to cast. Remote handbook opens the SNS player handbook, unlocked by default. Remote alchemy opens the alchemy and transmutation menu, unlocked with a sorcery skill. Remote underforge opens the underforge menu, unlocked with the underforge. Remote shield sigil opens the shield sigil menu, unlocked with the paladin skill. All right. The teleport circle. Okay, I'm interested in this. The teleport circle is unlocked upon reaching sorcery skill level 4, allowing you to teleport to a matching teleport circle. To use the teleport circle, place 4 or more tables of any kind in a 5x5 area around it and put an item on each table. Matching teleport circles will link, allowing you to teleport between them. So you put 4 tables. So you basically are creating a code with your tables. What you put on the tables, then you go somewhere else, put the exact same thing on the tables, and those two are coded together. That's intriguing. That's a cool system. Using the teleport circle consumes elemental essences, using 4 elemental essences on each use. The essence can either be in your inventory or in a chest placed within the 5x5 area of the teleport circle. Okay, so the chest here is the fuel, the teleportation fuel. The Master Alcahestrist profession removes the essence requirement. Okay, so if you want to teleport essentially for free, you could set up an entire transportation network. So this would come down to how easy is it to get these essences. If they are really easy to get, this skill doesn't have a lot of value. If they're very hard to get, this all of a sudden, if you want to teleport a lot, could be very valuable. Okay. After building the East Scarp Coastal Guild during Chapter 1, you will gain the ability to take on Monster Slayer quests. Rewards typically include gold and SNS-oriented skill books that grant experience. A new book is added to the pool every time you unlock a new SNS skill. Potential book list. Artificer Handbook. Guide to Druidics. Songbook. Guide to Everything. Ravenloft Dossier and Combat Quarterly. Okay, that's kind of similar. These books can also be purchased from the vanilla bookseller after the associated skill has been unlocked. Okay, cool. All right, Sword and Sorcery introduces 5 new powers to the game. 2 can be acquired every playthrough, while the other 3 require marrying one of the mod's romanceable candidates. Okay, so this is what I was wondering about. Can we acquire everything, or it looks like Mateo, Hector, and Cirrus are marriage candidates. So can we get their skills without marrying them? That's okay. Anyway, let's look through these. Handmade D20. A gift from Mateo. Once a day, if you pass out with the D20 in your possession, you will be revived with half your max health. Bound by hand for you by Solomon allows for passive aether regeneration as you advance your spellcasting skills. That one's kind of cool. Mateo made this for you with love. Adds +2 magnetic radius, +10 damage, +3 defense, and +1 luck. The broken horn of Hector's circlet radiates the druidic power, doubling your druidic essence drops. Heirloom from Cirrus is warm to the touch, gives 25 aether, 1 magnetic radius, +3 defense. Okay, these 3 are similar. They do similar things. Magnetic radius, 10 damage, 3 defense, and 1 luck. Magnetic defense and luck. Yeah, slightly differences, but... Okay, interesting. Ginger beer fermentation. You can craft old-fashioned fermenters after learning how from Cirrus in Chapter 4. Add ginger and fruit and make flavored ginger beer, which can be aged. Orange flavored ginger beer. Blueberry. All right, so far, a ginger flavored non-alcoholic drink. Non-alcoholic. Pineapple, rhubarb, strawberry, peach, ancient fruit, huckleberry, appleberry. Okay, so they all have the same energy and health, and they're pretty low. So unless you get these pretty early, I don't know how useful that part's going to be. All right, Mateo's Ledger. After building the East Scarp Coastal Guild for Mateo in Chapter 1, you gain access to Mateo's Ledger. Here you can trade bone fragments for various minerals and artifacts you might be missing for the Pelican Town Museum. Okay, kind of cool. Lion's Mane Cafe. After helping Cirrus repair the Lion's Mane in Chapter 3, you gain access to the Lion's Mane Cafe. In this shop, you can purchase various food exclusive to Sword and Sorcery, as well as various base game dishes. Autumn stew, Salish bourbon, dandelion greens. Now, maybe they all say plus 25 and 11. I wonder if that tooltip is correct or not. Or they might have different properties, and this just isn't the correct tooltip. After Dandelion returns from Chapter 4, you gain access to Lion's Mane Armory. Here you can purchase various potions and weapons exclusive to Sword and Sorcery. Yeah, see, I can't imagine every single one of these has the same plus 25 energy, plus 11 health. So I'm going to say that maybe there's some differences here. Key to the Scarp. Scattered Dream is a far-off memory. Far-off memory is a scattered dream. 70 to 100 damage is pretty strong, depending on how early you get that. Save the Queen, Save the King, 2 become 1. For the deep 100 to 130. Level 30 sword. 35 dagger, 32 club. All right, we've dropped back down to lower levels here. Lady Luck, 22, 19, 21, 17, 22, 13. Okay, we're getting weaker as we go down. Tainted Mushroom Seed. Oh, those aren't weapons. All right, so the crazy ones were up here at the top. Level 23, 28, 25. There we go. Level 30 sword. Level 35 dagger. And level 32 club. 2 become 1. Oathkeeper and Way to the Down. Seem to be our big hitters there. All right. Okay, the mechanics I'm digging. They seem solid. I'm liking it so far. Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and slip out for a break here. We'll get the rest of the way through the introduction thing here, and then we're going to pop back out and start looking for what mods, because the reason we're going through all of this is we want to see what mods will complement the game, right? We don't want to put anything that's going to contradict. So for instance, I don't want to put Walk of Life on this. There's too many cool new skills going on here. I don't want to mix it with another skill system. I'm even debating on maybe not putting on Chests Anywhere, because you have this whole like zone magic bags and magic chests and stuff like that. We'll have to see there. But all right, give me about 5. I will be right back. All right, we are back, and I see that we hit 10 likes, so thank you guys so much for that. And you guys know what that means. That means we have to fire up our chickens. All right, everybody, you know the drill. Spam them if you got them. Here we go. Ari pirates, yo ho, yo ho. A tentative Nancy appears. Kratos Rosa, welcome to the chat. That's fair, Nancy. That's fair. Here comes the Prairie King. All right, Prairie King. Yeehaw! All right, Sam, bring us home, my friend. Bring us home. All right, you guys know the last one, rock and roll. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for the likes. We do appreciate the support and everything that you do for me and the channel. I haven't been on social media today, Nancy. Did something happen? Is there a actor, actress, somebody I should know? Actually, let's just leave that open. There we go. Okay, let's see. Where did we leave off? Mechanics. The Deep Dark. The Deep Dark is a late game 30-floor dungeon crawling with powerful monsters and a rare ore, Stygium. Here you'll find beautiful maps, custom forage, and new monsters with unique item drop pools. Once you reach the end, you'll face off against the mod's final boss, the Duskfire Behemoth. It's advised you prepare yourself with Sword and Sorcery's new mechanics and late game vanilla mechanics before tackling this location. Unlocks at the end of chapter 4. Okay. Or try, I mean, it's in here. We're not going to worry too much about spoilers. So we've got crabs, miners, a head, a bat, a golem, a rex, a skeleton, a rare skeleton, tainted corn. Oh, no worries. Absolutely. Remembering those that meant something to us is an important part for sure. All right, we've got tainted corn, tainted grasses, tainted crocus, stone, Stygium and corpse, Stygium sword loot chest. All right, so that's floors 1 through 9. 10 through 9. I wonder if this is like the normal mines where it's random. It'll be interesting to see, but this is definitely end game. False mushrooms, skeletons, more golems, rexes, minor mage, serpent skulls, and then another. Is that the same skeleton? Oh, okay. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I was at work, unfortunately. I was not able to get to the stream today. All right, more tainted mushrooms. All right, that looks similar. Here we go. This is a different set. Squid skeletons, golems, blue and purple. All right, this is pretty substantial. Forage, a 1 in 1,000 chance. Okay. Interesting. Stygium is a rare and powerful ore that spawns only within the Deep Dark. It is used to further upgrade your tools past Iridium tier. Okay, so this is a good thing to know as well. Like, I would say this means then we don't install like the prismatic tools. There'd be no reason to install that. This has its own setup for that. So be warned, the increased strength comes with a cost. Uh-oh. What's the cost? Spawns in the Deep Dark, drops the Stygium nodes, smelted from Stygium ore. Stygium tools are made by upgrading any Iridium tool with the Stygium bars at Clint's. This will improve the tool as expected for the next tier. Pickaxe, hoe, axe, watering can, blade, shield, and armor. Note, improved range for chargeable tools is 5x5. Stygium poisoning. When a Stygium item is worn or held, it applies a debuff. This debuff drops the player's defense and luck until the tool is upgraded to the Elysium tier. Oh, so there's 2 tiers. Debuff drops the player's defense and luck. I mean, if you're using a tool, that's probably not a big deal. The luck debuff might kind of suck, depending on what you're doing. Stygium tools can be purified by being combined with the Duskspire Heart, the only untainted part of the Duskspire Behemoth. Perhaps it's... Holy cow, do you have to farm that guy then? This removes the poisoning debuff and improves the tool. Oh, I want a full set of Elysium tools, that's for sure. Let's see. 80 to 100. And then what's this one? 100 to 125. Alright, the Stygium Shield cannot be upgraded into the Elysium Shield, as the Paladin Shield serves that purpose mechanically. Improved range for chargeable tools is 7x7. Alright, well, that seems to be kind of grindy. I don't know. All monsters in the Deep Dark are based on existing monsters. In addition to the following list, monsters will also drop trinkets and special items associated with the base vanilla monsters. Stygium Rex drops Pepper Rex eggs. Void Essence, or... Oh, this is kind of cool. It's giving us the loot tables. So this would be like what would be on the wiki. Tainted Grasses. Void Essences. Okay. Holy cow. Good attention to detail. Oh, so the Behemoth has... I wonder if you can farm this, because if this is the only way to get this, you couldn't upgrade all your tools. So it feels like you should be able to fight that more than once. We'll have to see. There we go. This will probably tell us. The Duskspire is the final boss at the end of the Deep Dark Mine. When you initially fight the Duskspire, it has 2-stage fight. Initially fight. I like the wording of that. That means we might be able to fight it again. The first state simulates the turn-based JRPG, while the second is an arena fight using the game's typical combat mechanics. When defeated, the Duskspire drops Duskspire Hearts, which are used to purify Stygium tools. The Duskspire can then be refought to a weaker form to obtain more Duskspire Hearts. This fight resets every Monday. So it's a once-a-week fight. In Phase 2, if you're in a relationship with Mateo, Hector, Sirius, Gunnar, or Sen, they will fight alongside you. Oh, that's cool. Miscellaneous. Have questions about the mod? We have answers. Frequently asked questions. How do I advance the story? Okay. This entire mod progresses linearly. See all the Mateo events, meet Hector, see all Hector events, meet Sirius, see all Sirius events, meet Rosalind, see all Rosalind's events, meet Dandelion, see the remaining events, and proceed to the final dungeon and the associated final boss. By then, you will have unlocked most of everything. What remains will be documented here. Due to their complexity, schedules are not documented here. Please see NPC map locations or schedule viewer if you need to help locate NPCs. Schedule viewer, huh? I'm unaware of schedule viewer as a mod. Let's go ahead, and if it's recommended in here, let's go ahead and see if we can find its page. Schedule viewer. We could probably also use look up anything, but all right, there's a schedule viewer and a schedule viewer. Oh, that one looks like a... Never mind, that one just looks like an updated version for a different language. Let's see. It's a little bit older, but we might check that out. NPC map locations is one we definitely use. What are NPCs' gift tastes? Due to the variability of gift tastes, they are not documented here. Please use look up anything and the F1 key. Okay, we use that one a lot. How do I date, marry Mateo, Hector, or Sirius? You can only date these NPCs after completing their specific chapter. Trying to gift them a bouquet before this will result in rejection. You must also date the NPC for 14 days before you're allowed to marry them. How do I get Mateo, Hector, or Sirius hoodies? Marry them. Okay. Who is Style Sidel? A character planned for Sword and Sorcery Final Mix, a standalone remake of this mod. In this version, she is a falconer at the Ferngil Renaissance Fair who has some occasional off-screen interactions. Style Sidel, huh? Let's do a search for that. Yeah, nothing's coming up in Nexus, so that might not be something that actually exists. Where are the fish? Most fish added to SNS are available in either the Druid's Grove or the Pocket Dimension and are not time restricted. Salmon and Knowledge. Fastictocolon. Fastical. I don't even know on that one. Pallid sailfin, giant dragonfish, 5 line constellation fish, Goldie the battery powered fish. Okay, not a ton of fish, but kind of cool. How do I get all the food recipes? Some are sent in the mail, most are part of the ranking of the druidic skill, most are given during events, and one is sold at the Lion's Mane after unlocking the Deep Dark. Okay, pretty straightforward. How do I turn off the adventure bar? Control U is the default key. Hector's seasonal quests have disappeared. They were removed permanently in 2.1.0. You can now progress as intended without them. The plus doesn't match my recolor. This menu is used by SNS but is added by Space Core. SNS covers most major recolors, but in case you'd like to add one, it can be targeted with Space Chase Space Core extra equipment icon. All right. Another UI element doesn't match my recolor. I'm probably not going to recolor anything, so I'm not too worried about that. If it's your recolor and you've made the assets for it, please let us know and we can include it. If you have a request, please reach out on Discord or in the next comments. Is there a standalone skills component? No, if you're interested in mechanics-only mods, there are other alternatives. SNS is, first and foremost, a content expansion. Is SNS compatible with multiple spouse mods? Use at your own risk and report associated issues to the respective authors, not the SNS team. SNS romanceable NPCs are not designed to be polyamorous, and Hector is monogamous by design due to mechanical reasons. I found a bug. What do I do? Please report the bug to Discord or Nexus. Is this mod multiplayer compatible? Sword and Sorcery is a single player experience first and foremost. While you may report multiplayer related bugs, we cannot promise that they will all be fixed. All right. How do I use cheat codes? Type them into the Smappy console, black box that appears when you load, and hit enter. These are primary for testing purposes. Please don't report errors, bugs that are direct result of them. Okay, these probably are weapon spawns. Yeah, all right, we're not going to worry about that because we probably won't be using cheats. And then there's our dedication. Okay. That gives us the overview of the mod. I'm intrigued. This looks exciting. And I think it's worth a playthrough. So our next step now is in our organization is to go ahead and build up a mod package of mods that we want to use along with it. So let's go ahead and 100%. Setting up a permanent Discord link it's a couple stage process. You start by making a link like you normally would, and then if you go into, let me tell you the right menu system. Boop, 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 boop. Let me open up Discord real quick. I will show you all Discord here in a minute, as long as I'm not exposing any elements that I shouldn't be on stream here. Okay, if you go to your server settings, let's go to the server. Server settings, there should be a menu called invites, and inside of there, if you, let me see if I can remember how to do it. Invite code. All right, let me do this manually. Let's see. Copy link, invite to channel. Okay, now we'll go to server settings. See if that created a temporary link. It did not. Hold on. I missed something there. Invite, copy link, mute channel. Have they changed this? Invite to channel. Okay, so that should have created the link. All right, now let's see if my memory is correct or not on this. Okay, well, this has changed a little bit. Let me see, what am I missing? Access. Let me make sure there's not something at the bottom or something like. All right, well, that's not what I expected. Hold on, Victus. I will get this for you. All right, let me see if they moved it, because it's not where I used to remember it being here. Enable community auto mod bans. Invites. Did they take away permanent links? I can't imagine they did. Okay, hold on. Let me see if there's something. Oh, there we go. Edit invite link. Well, that didn't do what I thought it was going to do. I'm close. I'll get it in a second here. So can I get the... Okay, so I found out how to make a new one. I'm trying to see if I can edit an existing one. Edit an invite link. That didn't work. All right, let me try one more thing here. Create invite link. Edit. Oh, wait, I just changed the wrong thing. Okay. Okay. All right, that seemed to work. Okay, now can I do that from the... All right, let me check one more thing and then I'll walk you through. I think I found it. Let's see. Invite to channel. Never. Generate a new link. XWE. All right, let me see if that created correctly. Oh, that already existed, so it just used an existing one. Okay, hold on. Let me try one more thing, and then I'll get it for you. Let me go down to the Stardew section. Let's create an invite link down there. Let's see. Invite to channel. Edit. Expire never. Generate new link. It should be ZBP. All right, let me see if that did what I thought it should do. Invites. ZBP. Yep, that looks like it did what it was supposed to. It's still generating a temporary one as an addition to, but okay. Let's go ahead and... All right, so I'm in Discord. What you're going to want to do, let's create a... Let's say I'm going to do an invite link to my farms channel here. We're going to come in here. We're going to say invite to channel. And down here, we're going to click on invite, edit invite link. And here you can set expire to never. Now, what I normally do is click on generate new link, but let's see if GPQ, if I edit that. All right, let's see if that created what I think it created or not. I'm gonna go into my admin here. Hey, Jamie, how you doing? Good to see you. Server settings and invites. Yeah, so that did not change the existing one. So it's a two-step process here. All right, let's go back into... All right, so if I want to create one to farms here, I need to invite to channel. I'm going to edit my link. I'm going to say expires after never. And then I have to click on this generate new link, right? So that creates a new link, BT9. And then what you can do, and I'm going to be a little bit careful here because I don't want to expose any extra stuff onto the stream. Where's Stardew? Let's turn Stardew back on. I'll go into my admin. I should be able to show this in a second. Ooh, if you click on invites, all right. So you'll see in here, it actually created two links. It created the original one, which has a timer on it, but then it created the second one that never expires, right? So this one I'll just delete. So that's the new link that we created. And with this little infinity symbol, it means it doesn't expire. I'm going to delete it. Hopefully that helped. Let me know if that was made 0 sense, because it's possible that it did not. Okay. Let's see. We need to go ahead and... Holy cow, his head is huge. Real quick, let's make one little run over to the Scarp here. First things first, we'll kind of check for a little bit of, see, no performance issues. But we have a pretty minimal mod set installed right now. But we'll make sure the Scarp is correctly installed. I don't have any of my cheats on, so we have to kind of just slow roll this over there, which is fine. There we go. There's Scarp Crossing. Now it said something about... I think there's something on the beach or something. Let's see. Discord? You shouldn't have to restart Discord. No, it should just work. Was this dock here before? It must have been, right? I think it was. Oh, no. I just tabbed in and out. That's fine. I left it running in the background. Oh, that's new. All right, is this our... Well, we can't sleep here. How is Mateo powering this incubator? All right, well, Mateo is definitely one of the NPCs. Oh, yeah, this is just a test for the new playthrough. So, yeah, this is a whole different save. You catch it in the middle of a song. I don't want to end like this. But the sting in your eye, sting in the way you kiss me, something within your eyes. Okay. Yeah, our last playthrough we were blue. Mateo's way of dealing with unwanted guests is neither clean nor pleasant. These fairy roses are surprisingly well cared for. Clearly Mateo is a bone to pick with a certain skeleton. Okay, well this seems to be the area, so... Okay. I think we are ready to start looking for complementary mods. So let's go ahead and exit the game. Okay, there's our Discord server. So, Sword and Sorcery. It has some recommendations that it makes. The Bear Family, Eli and Dylan, Lurking in the Dark, and Creative Differences. So I think, let's go ahead and bring this over here. Drop these down. So I think I have all these installed. There's the Bear Family. So we'll turn that one on. Eli and Dylan. All right, let's go ahead and turn on all of those. Lurking in the Dark. We'll turn that one on. And Creative Differences. That's Rodney, actually. So I don't think it's named Creative Differences here. I think it's just NPC Rodney O'Brien. Now to test this, or to check this, what we can do is we'll open the mod page and see, yeah, see it open to Creative Differences. So that's the correct one there. Okay, so that gives us the mods recommended by, let's go ahead and pull this down a little bit so I can get to both of these pretty easily. Come back. Okay, so those are the mods recommended by the mod authors themselves for Sword and Sorcery. Bear Family, Eli and Dylan, Lurking in the Dark, Creative Differences. Let's go up to the requirements, make sure we got all the requirements, but I think I want to double check. Did we get Trinket Tinker on? We did. That's the optional mod. So we're good to go there. Okay. So everything is covered there. Now, it made a recommendation for this mod called Schedule Viewer. This has not been updated since 2024. Let's take a peek at some screenshots here. So does that bring up its own window? Jody's request. Interesting. I get most of this information from Look Up Anything, but we could try this one out. All right, so let's go ahead and pull this one. schedule viewer. All right, we'll turn that one on. Now, does it have any requirements that we need? It does not, just Smappy. So we're good to go there. All right, creative differences we turned on. Let's get that off of there. And schedule viewer is good to go. Now, I don't want to overly clutter up this playthrough. That's one of our goals. I want to keep this simpler. I think if we do simpler playthroughs, they won't be as long or as drawn out as what we've done before. So let's go through our mods that we have installed and see what we probably are going to keep. All right, abilities experience bars. I do like that one. I'm interested to see if it will pick up the new skills or not. Alarms, I don't think so. Achievement checklist, maybe. We'll come back to that one. These are just NPC mods here. Automate. I'm torn on automate. I don't think automate would affect anything in this. So based off of what we read, automate, I think, would still just do automation things. So let's go ahead and turn it on for now. Better shipping bin, I don't use very often. Better crafting. Oh, I'm trying to remember. No. Bigger backpack. Yeah, we'll keep bigger backpack. I like that one. Let's see. Better shipping bin. Let's open up its mod page and see. Oh no, better shipping bin we don't need. I think one of the other mods takes care of that. That's not a big deal. Better crafting. I think this is the one that gives the ability to do stacks of things and different things like that. New crafting UI have support for customizable categories. Yeah, I like this one. This breaks up the crafting menu into these side elements, does bulk crafting and stuff like that. And again, I don't think that'll have an impact on the play. So let's turn that one on. Buff notifications. Yeah, that one's not bad. Nah. Cave content display. I do like that one. Let's go ahead. Let's get a little aggressive here. We're going to turn on everything that we think we want to use, and then we'll see what it does to our performance. I think because we're not running 170 NPCs, we're going to be okay. Central station, we don't need. Chests anywhere. I'm torn on chests anywhere. Now, these two I use for thumbnails mostly, but for this test, we're going to turn them on. Oh, I guess we turned on chests anywhere. We'll come back to that. Combined mini rings, I don't think so. Convenient chests. This one might have been causing us some problems before. This is, I think I normally don't use this one. It has some weird functionality that looks interesting. Let's see if I can remember what it is. Yeah, it has these things, but this duplicates convenient inventory. So let's turn convenient inventory on. We'll leave convenient chests off. Crafting collection page is a nice one. Customize anywhere. We'll probably turn that on maybe to get ourselves an outfit. Convenient chest. Don't think we need the museum framework. I don't want to do anything with the tools. No. I'm going to miss Walk of Life, but I don't think so. Data layers will turn on. Deep Woods. Now, this is one that we never got to in our last playthrough. This creates I think a procedurally generated area in the secret woods, if I remember right. I don't know. I'm going to hold off on this one. I'm intrigued by it, but I don't want to distract from what we're trying to do. Okay, Deluxe Journal, yes, we're absolutely turning that one on. Downtown Zuzu, we're not going to turn that one on. Event Lookup, yeah, we'll turn that on. Extra Machines, Extra Museum Space, Farm Rearranger, Frontier Farm. And if anybody has any mods that are like, hey, I think this mod would go well with this playthrough, throw them in the chat. We'll go take a look at them. Frontier Farm. Okay. This is just configuration stuff, so we're going to turn both of those on. Informant. I've gotten pretty used to the informant stuff, so we'll turn that on. Joja Hut, Lilybrook, Lilybrook, Lilybrook. Look up anything. Yes. I'm not going to mess around with any new skills, so we're going to keep those off. Mail framework, we don't need that. Torn on this one. I think we'll leave it off for right now. That's another NPC. I do believe, hold on. Is that one an East Scarp one? East Scarp add-on. Metalcore goes Cottage Core. All right, let's see what this is. Is this the animal one? Yeah, I think this is that crow. There's a dog named Jupiter. There's a chicken, I guess. An add-on to East Scarp that introduces a friendly beekeeper with more than a few secrets. Tucked away in an old cave, a woman living in one Jupiter orchid. Oh, okay, it's that Cambria. Attuned to the void, make everyone else's problems. Greenhouse is inaccessible. Sunbury Ridgeside and plenty of others. I don't know on this one. What do you guys think? I'm going to skip it for now. No clip I use for thumbnails sometimes. NPC map locations, I think we'll turn that one back on. Ooh, perfect trinkets. Yeah, let's turn that one on. All right, Pine Village, Pine Village. Prismatic tools I would like, but I don't think I want to do it because we do have our own tools in the new mod. Relocate buildings and farm animals. Yeah, we'll turn that one on. All right, nothing in Ridgeside. Rose the Alchemist, that's Sunbury. Secret notes. Ship anything, that one's nice. Show birthdays. Yeah, I would turn it on, except the Sword and Sorcery has 2 levels of tools above Iridium in its own, and I don't want them to interfere with each other. Oh, we're definitely turning on the shortcuts for the spiral map. Dashboard, maybe. Expanded, no. Performance HUD, no. So Performance HUD and Profiler are just testing mods to see how things are running. I don't think we'll turn on the squad. Tractor? Nah, I don't think so. Train station. All right, UI info suite, absolutely. I definitely want that one. Visible fish. Yeah, we'll turn on visible fish. Wear more rings. I don't think that'll interfere with anything. All right, this is one we need to talk about. This shouldn't interfere with anything. Ginger Island NPC overhaul. I'm intrigued by this one because it changes up a little bit of the story between Birdie and Leo. It makes them like pretend that they've seen each other. And then after you finish Professor Snail's stuff, he like walks around the island and stuff. I don't think this would be completely separate from anything we're doing with East Scarp. So I kind of feel like I want to turn that one on. What do you guys think? Critter cages. Yeah, let's turn that on. More fish, no. More new fish, no. This one's the same way. So this one is a mod that makes the witch an actual NPC in the game. So it would be Magnus's wife. It actually gives her a storyline. So these two are extra NPCs that I think would be outside of the scope of East Scarp, and I don't think they would impact anything. So let's turn those two on. Jorts and Jean, I think they're Sunbury. New custom NPCs, or are they just vanilla? Jojo Workers, Jojo Struck in the Case, Shank Classic. Yeah, I don't think we're going to go with them. Lanny, Sunbury. That's for Ridgeside. Nora the Herpetologist. As new custom NPC, Scarp, Nora, the enthusiastic and talkative herpetologist, and her adorable pets, Stupid the Gecko and Pinkie Pie the Corn Snake. Let's see if there's any custom festivals. Nora has comments about most of East Scarp characters, including the add-ons, Never Ending Adventure, Circle of Thorns, Creative Differences, Lurking in the Dark, Always Raining in the Valley. I thought Always Raining in the Valley was a... I thought that one was a Sunbury mod. Custom NPCs for Sunbury, yeah. I thought it was a Sunbury mod. But I guess it gives a crossover. She's also compatible with other NPCs out of East Scarp, Juliet and Jesse. Yeah, that's fine. Acknowledge the events of Grandpa's Ghost, Pride in the Valley Festival. Did we turn on the Beekeeper? I don't remember if we turned on the Beekeeper or not. All right, we'll come back to Nora. Let's see. Ripley's Farm Animals. Who's Ripley? That's another Sunbury. That's fine. Ren the Plumber, I think, is also Sunbury. Okay. So we don't need you. We don't need you. Don't need you. Nope. Nope. Okay, so some that we need to consider. Do we want Nora? Fievel. Fievel is another one that is an East Scarp NPC. That's the mouse. Fievel goes to East Scarp. Fievel the Hat Mouse finds a home in East Scarp. Can you help him learn how to not afraid of cats? All right, let's go big. Because we're only adding East Scarp, we'll go ahead and add Nora and Fievel. Wasn't there the Metalcore one? That was the Beekeeper, right? If I remember right. Now East Scarp introduces a friendly beekeeper with more than a few secrets. Okay. We'll drop that one. Okay, that puts us at 62. That's not too bad. I've had playthroughs at 100 that really don't introduce too much of a problem. Again, we might bring the achievement checklist back. I don't know. That one is, again, that one is Sunbury, I believe. Bus location, central station, combined mini rings, convenient chests. Aquarianism, walk of life, deep woods, maybe. Extra machines, museums, farm rearrangers. Okay, we need to consider farms. Should we do a custom farm or not? What are you guys thinking? We're not really a capitalist. I don't need a giant farm. I was thinking about doing the Meadowlands farm. Gentrification process, no clip. Pine Village. Yeah, it feels very Joja linked. And that's the other thing. I think we're probably going to go back to a non-Joja playthrough here. I don't know. I don't know where the story's going to take us. All right. So the dashboard and the achievements we may or may not turn on. Stardew Squad, no. Tractor, maybe. I want to try to keep this, I guess the word I'm looking for may be pure. I want to really concentrate on the Sword and Sorcery. So I don't want a ton of other content popping in here. Okay, I say we give this a try. Let's go ahead and fire this up. Move that out of the way. Let's see what happens. See how playable it is. Actually, while that's loading up, I think I'll go ahead and slip out for a quick break. And we'll launch it as soon as we get back. I'll see you all in a few minutes. All right, we are back. Are you chicken raving, Nancy? I did change the music over to the pirate music because I got tired of filling out the copyright claims. I'm gonna wait to see if the 4 that I filled out get resolved, and then I'll probably go back to the Stardew theme. I just don't feel like fighting it tonight, so I switched over to a different song so I don't get claimed. It's getting old. It's completely bogus, but just frustration. Okay, I got a few warnings here. So let's take a look at that. Oh, you're all good. You're all good. Okay, unable to find companion match for Squeaks. Unable to find companion match for Squeaks. Schedule key for Nova Dylan is null. If you just added Eline Dylan to an existing save, you can safely ignore this warning. That I just did. So we'll probably do a new save to see if that goes away. So we'll clear those in a minute here. Holy cow, look at how much fewer NPCs there are here. Okay, we do have the cheat menus on right now, so time is frozen, and we can do a little bit of just kind of checking stuff out. We'll turn those off here in a second, just to kind of see where things stand. Okay, that is good to go. Let's see, that's working. That is working. All right, so first things first, let's go ahead and check on keys here. Ability bars. It's just those. Oh, okay, we have a duplicate there in our keys. So the V key is everybody's schedule. And, oh, that's kind of cool. This is telling us the people we still need to meet for the introduction quest. That's kind of nice. And then we can get a... Okay, so it's their next 3 events. And then when you click on them, it gives their full schedule. Okay. I'm kind of digging this. This isn't bad. Now, it does a very similar thing that this does. So, you know, there's some overlap, but this being able to just quickly go through only their schedules, as opposed to have to pull up an individual page for each NPC. You know, it's similar information, right? Like if we look at Keanu's schedule. And again, for the modded NPCs, it might struggle a little bit. What's the little heart mean? Oh, that might just mean the end. Yeah, that's just the end. Yeah, that's what I normally do. This is how I normally check their schedules. Would be that one. But now the question is, like, I'm going to leave it on for now. But we do need to put it on a different key. So we have a duplicate right now. So what's that mod called? Something data layers. Okay, automate is you. We also have a duplicate there. NPC map locations, is that working? That appears to be working fine. Okay. Event lookup is fine. Those all look okay. Convenient inventory, that's all fine. There we go. Sword and Sorcery. That U is going to have to change. We'll look into that. Look up anything. Those are all good. Okay, schedule viewer, the V key. Okay, cool. It's the more complex version. I think, unfortunately, that's still going to do... Yeah, that still does that. Oh, hold on. Let's do it this way. Schedule viewer. Okay, I might not have saved. It was weird. Yep, didn't save. Okay, save and close. There we go. Okay, so V now turns that on. Shift V turns them both on, because this, unfortunately, is not very smart. My abilities experience bar only has, it doesn't have a multi-toggleable thing. Can I move this somewhere else? Let's leave that one on V. So we'll take this off. What makes sense? What makes sense? I've used so many keys. V, B is used, N is used, M is used, C is used, X is used, Z I think is used, L is used, K maybe? Let's see. It appears to be okay. I don't think that's doing anything else. Will I remember it's K? I don't know. L isn't doing anything right now. Alright, U is one we're going to have to deal with, because that is part of automate. Okay, it does support the more advanced. Okay, so what about Sword and Sorcery here? Monster health, early paladin unlock. Whether the paladin skill is unlocked by default, true, or during the final intermission, false. Well, let's do. I'm going to do a test here. If we turn that on, ooh, we got the skill. All right, it doesn't look like it showed up here. Let's see. Let's go into. Long live the king, swap on right. Configure adventure bar, shield throw keybind. Alright, this keybind needs to be something different. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I've used O. I don't think I've used L. Does that make any sense? U doesn't make any sense either, I guess. Alright, let's see if we can get that to work. Alright, we don't have the adventure bar. Again, we just might not have it unlocked yet. Alright, what do we have for shields here? Paladin shield. Oh, where's the best one? Let's get the best one. Oh, the Paladin shield, I think, is the best one. Alright. Oh, we don't carry it around. You can't see it on your character. Alright, now... Nope, still not getting... Player pronouns. Probably leave most all of that at default. Okay, configure adventure bar. Toggle adventure bar. Alright, let's make that Control L. Yeah, I don't think we have that unlocked yet, so we'll just have to deal with that whenever we get to it. Okay. Yeah, I am thinking like being a chicken farmer versus a farmer might be a good fit for this character. Oh, does the witch have any configurations? Nope. Alright, here's what we're going to do. We're going to run around the valley here for a little while and see if we can get any performance issues. And I got a lot more crap open up on the computer right now than I normally would, so it'll be a nice little test. All right, we can't get through there. Oh, can we backdoor our way into that? I bet you we can backdoor our way into that. Let's see. I'm gonna get spoiled by this speed, though, I tell you. I do miss it when I go back to normal play. Go, little farmer! Run your little heart off. Wee-hee! Oops. Aha! Look at us. Oh, cool. And you can actually trigger the... That's pretty funny. So with East Scarp, we can backdoor our way into the mines earlier. Oh, this is different. I don't know if I want to see this or not. Yeah, we're skipping that. All right, Nancy. Always, yep. I think we're good here. I think we'll go live with this one. I think I'm going to put the other one on break right now just because, for many reasons. But I honestly don't know if it will be that good of a full playthrough anyway, so I think we're going to go live with this tomorrow. So far, no performance issues. We might turn on then the checklist and the achievement tracker and see what they do. Let me through. There we go. But I always appreciate you hanging out with us, Nancy. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Take care of yourself. Lost from the depths, a mixture of shadow, smoke, and something deeper, something darker. You decide it's safe not to venture further. Alright. Maybe you have to unlock him at some point. I think he's default East Scarp. Let's go back around real quick. I don't think we can go south from over here. Nope. Alright, I don't want to go into too many locations there. But that's definitely something new, I think. Woohoo! Back again. Alright, back to town. We're just going to keep chucking our way around the valley here. Just to see if we can... That feels different. Or was I on the wrong level? I might have been on the wrong level. That I don't recognize. This looks different. I don't remember that. right. All right, I think we can go through there or there. Eventually unlock that bridge, but all right, so far so good. No real glitches, nothing out of the ordinary. We do have a couple of errors to track down here that we will work on. Okay, in our last playthrough, that was blocked. All right, things seem to be working better than what we had before. Hi, Lexi. Hey, welcome to the chat. Yeah, we are just doing some testing and investigation tonight to try to figure out. This will probably be the playthrough we're going to start tomorrow night. All right, does this do anything? No, it doesn't. Oh, that looks new. So we're kind of doing mod configurations, trying to make sure everything is working. I appreciate that. I am old, so I guess from that standpoint, maybe. Alright, monsters are spawning, that's good. Alright, let's jump out of here. Oh, we can't jump out. Alright, let's go this way. That's fine. Well, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat, glad to have you. Now, this is not normal movement speed. We've got some cheats on for testing purposes. So we are moving around pretty quickly here. So don't let that... Alright, skip that. Okay, so we have a couple of warnings that we got. So we have the unable to find companion matches for custom companions. So let's see if we can get those fixed. So let's go ahead and just exit to the title here. And we'll delete this farm. All right. New sword test. I'll just call it new sword. New sword. Swords. That's fine. We'll skip the intro. Alright, let's see. Standard farm, Riverland. That's very fishing centric. Hilltop, maybe. Wilderness, maybe. Forest is intriguing. I kind of like the chickens. Let's go with that. Okay. Unable to find companion match for Squeaks. MGCC.Jupiter Idol given on tile for East Scarp, Lore's Cove. Okay, the Eli and Dylan error went away, so that's good. Who is Squeaks? And what mod might that be? Companion match for Squeaks.MGCCC. Oh, is that Mega Core? That might be that Mega Core mod. Let's see if I can find that. All right, let's jump over here. Metalcore does Cottage Grove. Well, Otter Squeaks is the name of the person. All right, let's see if we're missing a requirement here. Custom companions, East Scarp, PC tile sheets. Okay, we might be missing some here. Let's see if we have all of the prereqs installed or not. All right, we need buttons. Okay, that's installed. Custom companions should be on. Yep, custom companions is good. East Scarp is good. Mapping extensions is good. Bear Family, East Scarp, NPC. Okay, I don't see PC's tiles. All right. Oh, that's probably this Platinum Cat's tile sheets. Hold on, let me look at this one. Let's see. Yeah, PC's tile sheets. Okay. It's on. We are good there. Anything else? Space Core I know is installed. Okay, so what is our error trying to tell us? Let's see. Where's a warning? Unable to find companion match for squeaks.mgccc.jupiter idle Jupiter sleep given on tile. Okay, Jupiter. Jupiter. What adds Jupiter? Let's see if we can find that piece of information. Let's see. Stardew Valley mod that adds Jupiter. I think it's a dog. Jupiter dog. Let's see if the AI can find it for us. If there isn't a specific Jupiter dog mod listed in the top search, however, you can likely create one. Ellie's cuter dogs. Alternative textures. No. NPC. Into the custom commission based on... No, that's not what I want. East Scarp. Absolutely, Victus. Have a wonderful night. We'll catch you later. See, started by expanding. Yeah, that's not helpful. I've interacted with the dog, so it's just a matter of... Do we have it installed or not? Okay, so let's look at mods that add NPCs. Oh, very cool, very cool. Sounds like a challenge, personal challenge. East Scarp NPCs. All right, let's see. Lurking in the dark, I think, are NPCs. Let's see if it's in there. No, that adds the shadow guy, I think. What does this one add? Okay, this one adds Jupiter. So Metalcore goes Cottage Core, adds the dog, and that's installed. And again, I think we went through all the requirements on this. That's good. It's just a warning. It's probably not that big of a deal, but I'd like to try to clean as much of this up before we do a full playthrough. My day job right now is I am a professor of game design and development. So I teach kids how to make video games is what I do. So like today I taught introduction to game design, and I taught game production studio today. So that's what I do during the day, and then I play and analyze games at night. Okay, so now what I'm doing is I'm just scrolling through. Let me move this over so you guys can see it here. I'm just scrolling through and seeing if I can find this error that we're getting. And again, it's a warning. It's probably not that big of a deal. It might even be that the dog hasn't spawned in yet, and it won't be a problem down the road. But we try to clean as much of this stuff up as we can before we go completely live. All right, let's see. I'm going to move this out of the way. Holy cow, it sounds like you're busy. CNC stuff is awesome. I haven't done that kind of stuff in a very long time. Okay, unable to find companion match for squeaks dot ng ccc dot jupiter idle. That should be enough information. Yeah, that it's easy to get those divergent schedules that don't link up very well for sure. Okay, it's frozen and the game cannot be just. Oh, okay. Actually, the AI package is frozen. This could be because we are running a mod that's freezing time. Hold on. It sounds like you stay pretty busy. Yeah, all that free time, right? So if you're a nursing student, is that what you want to do? Is that like your goal? Okay, let's do this. Let's go ahead and switch back over to here. We're going to go ahead and exit all the way out here. And those are my emojis. There we go. Okay, so we need to turn off. Oh, that's cool. So let's turn off the cheats menu. And I don't think I have no clip on. I think we're okay there. All right, let's go ahead and launch this without the freeze on, and we'll see if we get the same warning or not. Yeah, medical stuff, I guess, can pay really well. Well, good luck on that. I hope you make it. I don't know if I'd ever want to go medical. Seems like a lot of pressure. All right, so far, no warnings, no errors. Everything looks pretty good here. All right, we are loaded. I could understand that temptation for sure. Yes, one thing I like about what I do is pretty laid back. The game industry tends to be a little more lax, if you will. Okay, let's see. Without the pause. That's a good question. Trying to remember. Oh, nope, still got it. All right, we'll dig at that a little bit. Oh man. It's a weird answer, but usually it just comes down to whatever the last thing that they built was. I'm trying to think of a game that really stands out. I tend to remember the team that built the games more than the games themselves, because that's what I interact with most. But what popped in last term? I don't know. It's a really good question. I'm drawing a blank. Part of it is most of my professional career was done in virtual reality. And so all of my work is proprietary and locked behind closed doors and not available to the public. Just because of the nature of what I did. So nothing that you would know. I did work for Motorola. I did work for Honeywell. I did work for the Ministry of Education in Egypt, over in Cairo. A lot of stuff like that. All right, well, let's see. I don't know where. Let's see if I can find Jupiter. No. Squeaks. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to the website. We'll see. Cambria. Is Cambria in the game? Yes, Cambria is in the game. Currently at Castle Grove Residence. Castle Grove. I thought Castle Grove was... Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought that was in Bear Lodge, Ridgeside. There's the Scarp Inn, Torionara's house, Jesse's lodging, Smuggler's Shack, that's the lighthouse. Lore's Cove, okay. Keanu's out there surfing, evidently. There's Cambria. Alright, let's go back and see if we can find her. Yeah, it's easy to stack the hours up. I've done that programming before. The multiple... Is this the Castle Grove? This must be the Castle Grove residence then. Let's see. But yeah, big multi-day programming marathons and stuff like that. I try not to do that anymore if I can help it. Although... Alright, there's Orchard. If you count streaming as my job, which it is kind of my side hustle, it is easy to knock up or rack up the hours, if you will. A lot of food. Well, hopefully you're eating well. All right, well, I don't see the dog. Now, can we find Orchard? There's Orchard. Okay. All right, so Jupiter didn't spawn. Interesting. So are there any errors with Jupiter? All right, here, let's do this. Let's go ahead and go home. What's going on here? Oh, beehives, nice. Let's see if it's just a day one error. Prime rib sounds good. All right, let's slow roll our way home here. This is where I wish I had the cheat menu on, but it's all right. So what we'll do here is we'll go save the day and we'll see if we can find the dog. Because that's really our only error that we're working on. Unable to find companion match. One, two, three, four. Yeah, it's triggered 5 times here. Idle, sleep, idle, sleep, idle. All right. Let's see what happens if we go to bed. Nope, still not hidden. So what is up with the dog? That's weird. All right, let's walk back over there. Like, he's not even showing up in the list. The chicken is, the person is. So 2 of the 3 NPCs are. All right, let's search there. You do with the mob, I just love how the Scarp it adds the place dogs are. Pretty much every NPC added are the dog or a dog-shaped pal. Go inside. Jupiter's also inside. 2 places at once. This one's a weird one. Because I've used this mod before and I've seen the dog before. I wonder if custom companions does it have any requirements that we're missing? That's impressive, my friend. Just smappy. Okie dokie. Let's close that. Alright, let's see if Google has anything to say about this. Jupiter not spawning. Oh, very cool. East Scarp is not spawning. It is likely due to a missing dependency, a need to sleep in game, or to initialize the NPC, or an outdated version of East Scarp. Well, East Scarp isn't outdated. Install update add-on which requires content patcher. We're good there. If you're using an older version of East Scarp with the newer add-on, NPCs will not load. Ensure both East Scarp and the add-on are updated to the latest. Alright, well, let's check, make sure that we don't have an update we need to do. I can't imagine we do, but... Alright, we'll go ahead and... let's exit out of there. We'll check for any updates. There is one mod that needs to be updated. But that is unaffiliated. We'll update it anyway, just to be sure. And then what we'll do is we're going to turn this mod off. Actually, I think I'll go ahead and just completely remove it. Okay, so we'll completely remove that, and then we'll come in here and we'll just re-download it, see if there's any kind of issues. Should have all of that stuff installed. So. All right, we'll turn this on. All right, let's see what we get here. Cross our fingers. See if we can resolve this one little thing. Yeah, Star Wars has been a big part of my life throughout the years, for sure. All right, let's see. Let's check the log, make sure everything is loading up right. Successfully loaded. Okay, that all loaded up all right. Let's see, these mods directly change the game code. Go back through here and see if anything appears to be weird. I don't see anything there. Eli, Metacore goes cottage for content patcher story. That one's fine. Okay, that all looks good. Let's load the game and see what happens. Let's slide that over there. Come on, work. Nope. Unable to find companion match. There's an ID probably set wrong. Either in East Scarp. We might have to get into file editing here to see what's going on. So sometimes what will happen is the ID between one mod and an NPC will change once an update takes place. And that can cause issues, but I don't think either one of these is updated anytime recently. Oh, sorry. I clicked out of the window. It won't load while I'm clicked out. Okay. Well, let's see if Jupiter is in the game. He is not. Orchard is. Orchard is. Cambria is. Alright, let's see if I can get any other hints at what might be causing the problem. Goes special order. Mod list. Well, this one I might just have to chase down offline. Special order, special order. Missing Cambria ruins, PNG error. Happy CIC newer edition. Yeah, we've got that. Jupiter, Jupiter, Jupiter. Nope. Well, this is a weird one. Because I swear we had the dog working before. Jupiter's also inside. He's in two places at once. Same name for the dog. Just want to let you know, and thanks. There's friendly face lulls you to a false sense of security. Yeah, that's what I'm used to seeing. Well, not sure. Custom companions. Let's go check that out real quick. Save anywhere is supported. Nope, that all looks good. Okay, well, here's what we're gonna do. Let's just play a little bit. That's kind of our test for the rest of tonight, is to see if we run into any other issues. So I think we'll go ahead and slide out, take a quick break, and then we'll run through a few days here and see if we can make sure everything else is working. Be right back. All right, we're back. We're going to add a couple more mods here just to kind of push our luck. See if everything is going to work out for us. So I just added the achievement checklist. And we're going to add the dashboard, which were a couple we wanted to try out. So let's go ahead and get them fired up. And then we'll worry about the dog. I dug into some of the files during the break, looked through some of the configurations. I don't see anything on my side that should be causing a problem. So we'll just play for a little bit here and see if it recovers. It might just be that spawning in the wrong spot. If not, I'll dig for that a little bit deeper later. All right, no new errors there. We're good. Let's go ahead, and I don't think this will matter. But we'll create a new save file. We do need to decide what this character is going to look like. So let's go ahead and delete that one. Let's do a little bit of configuration here. Yeah, we don't need anything in there. We're good. Alright, so it's going to be a magic user. It's going to be a paladin. Let's look we haven't used. We've done some blue characters. We've done yellow. We've done purple. We've done green, I think. Wasn't our superhero green? Was Stardew green? Let's go look. I don't remember if he was green or not. Oscar was pretty green. Oh crap, he's wearing a helmet. Okay, I'll try to take a look. Now this is going to be all messed up because we don't have the right mods installed, but we can at least look at the character. Oh, I might have upset the game. Nope. Okay. No, he wasn't actually green. So Stardew was purple for some reason. I thought we made him green. Okay, well, we could go green. Trying to think, have we done any other green characters? Oops, that was the wrong button. All right, we'll load everything back up here. And definitely loads quicker than our last playthrough, though. But if we haven't done a green character, I mean, we did Oscar. Was Oscar's face green? I can't remember. He has so much hair that I can't remember if his face was actually green. We might have made him completely green. But I could get behind a green character again. Alright, let's see. Yeah, it looks like his face was probably green. That was... Yeah, that's not a full playthrough, so he doesn't count. So maybe Oscar. Let's load up Oscar here, see if his whole face is green or not. Alright, let's see. Oh, we need to take his... Let's take his trash can hat off. Yeah, I think we made him green before. Where's bald? There we are. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Oscar was green. Okay. So I don't think we've got blue. We did a purple. We've done lots of blues. Alright, what else do we got? Purple we've done. Can't remember if we've done that one before. There's two different shades of blue. We've almost always done the darker blue. Isn't there a lighter blue? Yeah, there's that light, kind of a blue-gray. I think we did yellow in our last playthrough. Purple? Could make him pseudo-normal looking, I guess. Alright, let's stick with that basic look. What says Paladin? Blonde hair? I don't think we've done a blonde hair character. Let's see what we can get going here. Let's see, where is our yellow? Two green, 17's probably pretty close. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, it can make him into an old guy. I've never done that one before. Boink, 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 boink. I like that from the front, but not so much from the sides. Couple spiky ones that we could potentially get into. Nah, it's not doing anything for me. That one was a little too emo. I like that one, but it's a little nerdy. It's a little punk there. That's our favorite. We use that one a lot. Six has got some potential. Depends what kind of math you're doing. That almost works, actually. All right, let's start documenting some of these. All right, so our skin, hair, shirt, pants, accessories. All right, and then we've got eye color, hair color, pants color. Now, if we're going to become a sorcerer, the question is, do we want to give him like a robe? I think they look too much like dresses. They don't really look like robes, so I don't know if we're going to go that route. And I don't know if we're going to stick with the blonde either. Pseudo intrigued by that one. All right, so let's see, hair. Kind of like one. Let's put that one down. Was it that one? No. That one. It's almost a mohawk. All right, so 6 is interesting. Put that one down. Could go back to our tried and true. We do 9 a lot. Hmm, 11 intrigues me. Yeah, if you can get your job to pay for school, that's a good way to go. I'm not sure about that one. Alright, we're getting into, I think, more of the girl hairstyles there. Probably won't go long. That's a lot of hair there, though. Look at that. Yeah, I think there's a couple of different purple shirts. We may end up changing that once we get into game. Don't know yet. It'll change over time as we discover some of the new parts of the gameplay. Again, I love that one from the front, but it just doesn't look right to me from the sides. Could go punky. Could go punk with the old mohawk. Could always go bald. Ooh, I'm kind of liking 68 there. 68's got some potential. Kind of spiky, but spiky all around. It's also got a nice bright color to it. Alright. We'll run that for right now. Now this clothing, I don't know. There's a purple shirt there. 110. We'll probably replace our clothes once we get in game because we have a better selection. We also got to figure out what character we're going to make. As far as the thumbnails and stuff like that. So we have to get a look that translates well to the thumbnail creation as well. So I'm probably not all black. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'll name this guy. We could go with the skull t-shirt. I think I've used that one before though. In a thumbnail. Go classic with the old bibs and overalls. Let's see, what else we got? It's like a skeleton, I think. We've used the heart before. Oh, there's a Link outfit. We could potentially do Link. Let's see, what's that one? That one's 43. That one might be in game that we'll have to pull. Green kitty cat. More green. Oops. There's some classic white shirt bib overalls. And then we've got the blue shirt, red, and alien. Black bib overalls. Purple shirt. Little Joja action there. Alright, we wrapped ourselves back around. I'm gonna go back to white shirt, blue overalls. Put that one down. That one's not bad. 68. What was 43? I put 43 down. Oh, that's the kind of the Link shirt. Okay. Alright, we'll do 68. We'll leave normal pants on. Okay, what do we want to do with this guy's face? Don't think I want to go bearded on this guy. I don't think that looks quite right. No, it doesn't need to be a duck. We've been using the sunglasses a lot, so that's just something around his neck. I don't know what that is. Goggles? Not really. Not sure what that added. Looks like earrings, maybe? Yeah, I think those are earrings. What I can tell. Might just go with nothing. Nothing, sunglasses or goggles. Those are like glasses. That's the sunglasses. There's better goggles in the game, so I don't think I'm going to go with those. For right now, I think I might just leave him normal. Okay, so number 1 there, number 1 there. Let's see, let's swap these two values around. We went with 68 on that. Hair, we went with also 68. Interesting enough. Skin color, we've got at 1 right now. Let's do a cycle around on those. See if any other color looks good. I'm not sure on the gray. No, definitely not green. Make him look like Wesley Snipes from Demolition Man. I think we'll stick with 1. Alright, let's see. Animal. Might go dog this time. Let's see, does any cat fit our look here? How does he have a... I thought his shirt was white. Let me go back through these real quick. There's arguably too many shirts. All right, blue and black. There it was. Yeah, that's the one we wanted, a white shirt. Okay. Shirt is 72, not 68. There we go. All right. Hair color we have set to 17.99.99. Pant color will probably change later. Eye color. I think tends to look best black, but let's mess around with it a little bit here. You just lose a lot of detail when you change its color. Like they're all in the center there. You can see the color changing. Complementary to yellow would be purple. But yeah, I think we're going to just zero those out. All right, save that. Pant color will change here in a little bit. All right, animal wise, we've got a puppy dog, puppy dog, puppy dog. Kind of like that guy. Gray cat, black cat. I think we put a black cat in the last playthrough. I'm somehow drawn to that dog for some reason. So we'll go with that for right now. All right. Put it on the Meadowlands farm. Skip the intro for this one. Let's get this one fired up, see what happens. Ta-da! We're up to 50 people. Okay, let's see what we've got. I know there's an outfit in here that kind of looks like Legend of Zelda. It's a possibility to consider. Don't know if we want to go that route or not, but we've got green belted shirt. It's a potential. Or the green tunic. A couple of different shades of green belted shirts. Let's see. All right. Let's see what we can find. Anything that's just going to jump out at us, we'll start with. There is the black leather jacket, but I don't know if I want to go black clothing on this character. What else do we have? Dark bandana shirt. That's the one we used in the last playthrough. Gold trim. Oh, that one's got a little potential to it. We are going to be doing magic and mystical stuff. So that could have that kind of flair to it. Ooh, the mystery shirt. Potentially go that direction. Polka dots. Pendant. If we're going to be a paladin, we can make ourselves look like we're dressed in armor. I don't think there's an armor, but there is the, I think the trash can shirt that kind of looks like armor. I'm intrigued by the alien shirt for some reason. Just a shirt. We had our last guy in a tie or suit. No tie, but a suit. I can't remember. I think we used that one for Stardew at one time. There's the trash can shirt. We'll see what it looks like. Oh, the Yoba shirt. That's got some temptation to it. All right, let's see what we have for hats. We want to make him look like a knight. Actually, let's get the shirts sorted first, most likely. The hats should be pretty small. Let's look and see what we got. Make him look like a goblin or a pirate. I don't think we're going to put him in a crown. running out of space. All right, let's see what some of these look like. It's definitely... All right, it's got some potential to it. I don't think we're going to wear those. I'm not anti the question mark. Don't think the green alien's going to make the cut. Doubtful on that one. Kind of liking Yoba. Let's move that one up the ranks there. Alright, so that one definitely doesn't look like... This one definitely doesn't look like Zelda. That one's interesting. That one's got brown arms. I'm not sure what its deal is. That one's better. Alright, let's see how these look together. Well, his arms are exposed, so it's not very knightly. So that's probably not going to do much for us. Not sure we're going to go with the crown. Kind of like it, kind of don't on that. This is probably too much. Lose our hair from that standpoint as well, so okay. Let's look at some more hats and then we'll see where we want to go next. Earmuffs, if they look like headphones, we could potentially maybe do something with those. A turban, maybe. Oh, there's the... We're gonna go Legend of Zelda. Let's look at that one. Party hats. Oh, propeller hat, one of my favorites. Purple winter star hat, pumpkin mask. I don't know what that one is. Well, definitely looks like he's wearing a mask. Yeah, that's not going to do much for me. It's definitely very Legend of Zelda. It's got some possibility to it. Yeah, that's not doing much for me. Way too big. I don't like that. Okay, so we have the Zelda outfit. I don't think the question mark's gonna make the cut. Definitely not the hat. That's too much. Keep a hold of the shirt for a moment. Do you kind of look like headphones? I'm not sure on that one. Yeah, again, crown, probably not. I doubt it, but we'll keep a hold of it for now. All right, we were at party hats, purple Santa hats. There's the goggles. I do like the radioactive goggles, and on this guy, those might look good. Squire's helmet, we'll check that out. A tiara, witch's hat. Wearable hat, mad dog, something or other. Huh. We were wearing some hat had buffs on it. That was intriguing. Mad Dog hashtag Bear Fam Viking helmet buffs have ended. What buffs did we have? Viking at sea. Huh, very nice. That's cool. That's almost a little better than the other one, but makes him look like a big kid. I don't think purple winter star hat's gonna do anything for me. I kinda like the purple radioactive goggles. Alright, let's see how that goes with some of these other things. Moons. Stars. That doesn't really match. The Yoba is interesting. I wonder if we could get his hair to match the Yoba symbol or not. We have used the goggles in a past character though, so if we wanted to get distinct, we could go Link. We changed the color of the pants obviously, but I do like that though. But yeah, actually I don't think we did a lot with the goggle guy. Hold on, let's go take a peek here. Trying to remember. Let me pop up my thumbnails here real quick and see. That was sunglasses. Sunglasses. We did 2 characters in a row with sunglasses. No glasses or anything with him. He just had a goatee. Yeah, I only did 1 thumbnail with Goggle Guy. Fable Reef. Okay, so our last Stardew Valley expanded run, we did a Goggle Guy. He had purple hair, not yellow, and a beard. And he wore all kinds of different shirts, it looks like. He had the star shirt, it looks like, mostly. What do we do before him? Jolene was before him, and she looked like Princess Leia. So, okay, we got a couple of options here. So if we go with the Yoba, can we get his hair to match? Be less green, more bright yellow. Don't think so. Compared to the shirt, it still has a bit of a greenish tint to it. That dulls it out a little bit too much. Don't want it to be darker. It's very orange. Let's see if we can get to a 15 here. 15, 16, and 17. Yeah, it's probably about as yellow as it's going to get. It's a 15. So hair color 15. So that's kind of a weird strike against the Yoba shirt. Just that mismatch of yellows. Actually, before we do anything else, though, let's go ahead and get a pants color so we can figure out. Alright, I didn't write down the default pant color, but I probably got that elsewhere. That's fine, so let's go ahead and get ourselves into 24. Oh, 26 looks to be a good match. Alright, so 0026 would be for the Yoba shirt. See what that looks like. Yeah, that blends pretty well. Alright. Let's get a reference image here. Might have to get shorts. Legend of Zelda. Give me a screenshot. How about a screenshot? We're gonna go old school. Let's get the original. See, that's not a good shot. Ooh, that one's probably pretty good. Give me that. What do you got for me? Yeah, it's kind of hard to pull much from that. All right, brown boots. We're wearing brown boots already. All right, let's get ourselves into not baggy pants. Are there shorts, I think? Shorts, relaxed fit shorts. Prismatic pants. All right, let's see what we have. All right, let's get ourselves a color first, and then we'll try out some different looks. We need to get into the greens here. Let's see what that looks like. Might be a little bright. Let's try the other ones. think they're a little bit bigger. Yeah, I think that's going to give us a better link look, if you will. All right, let's knock this down. So again, I think we were too bright before. We're at 44. And we don't want to go much darker. I think our hue is off. Let's see if we can get this to 50. I wish you could type these numbers in. I don't think you can. Nope. And I don't think I can move them with the keyboard. Nope. I have to use my overly sensitive mouse. Okay, there's 50. And then let's play with the hue here a little bit. That's too blue. That's too orange. Maybe 34? We desaturated a little bit, maybe. Ooh, I think that's the difference. All right, let's try those numbers. So we're going to go 34, 75, 50. Let's see how close we got there. Front looks pretty good. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, actually. Let me check something real quick. I think that's the green tunic we grabbed. Green belted shirt. No, that's the green tunic we grabbed. Okay, let's grab that one. See what the other one looks like. Ugh, I don't like the brown sleeves. I like the yellow belt better. Alright, let's do a test here. Nope, I can't do that one. Can't do that one. Some of these are not dyeable. Oh, that is. What color can we make that? What changes? The star? Yeah, the star changes. Interesting. The rest of it's like a black, but... What does a yellow star look like? Hair color was 15. Okay, that matches our hair color settings. Yeah, I don't think it's doing a whole lot for me. My legs are kind of pink. Let's see. Do we need to go lighter, maybe? 24. Four doesn't look bad. If we decide to go with the link look. I don't know if I'm going to do this or not. All right, let's check out. Actually, was it? Yeah, it's pretty pink in that. Yeah, that's not too bad. We go really light. Yeah, I think 4 works. Alright, let's check out our boots options. Now these will change as we play. Cowboy boots. So light brown. I think what we have probably is about as good as it's going to get. Is that any better? Those are definitely darker. Alright, that's not a bad link look if we wanted to go with that. But it kind of defeats the purpose of doing the whole hair. But it works. Alright, then our second option was radioactive goggles, which I do like. We had the Yoba shirt on for that look, along with the black farmer pants. All right. The whole Yoba magic thing has a good theme to it. What about this guy? Moon kind of works. Alright, let's do one more pass through the shirts and see. There's something else now that we have the goggles decided on. There's a banana. Might kind of look like a moon. Oh, there's the black leather jacket. We'll check that out. So it usually has a pretty decent look to it. Bandanas. Flannel. The caveman outfit's really cool. I do like that, but I don't think it will fit our character. Fake muscles. Just turn our guy into a muscle guy. Fish. I always like the happy face shirt, but don't think it really fits this character as much as I do like it. The old iridium breastplate would go well, honestly, with the that's Link. That's Link. These are ones we're going to try out. The purple would go well with the yellow hair, actually. Just see if we'd like. It'll give us bare arms, I think, though. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, a prismatic moon shirt. Ooh, I want to see what that looks like. I don't know how you get that. Red tuxedo with a relic shirt. Crap, I'm running out of things to... Yeah, we're not gonna do those shorts. Take those off. All right, let's check these out. See if there's anything that appeals to us. Okay, I'm intrigued by this. It has a very magic-y feel to it. So I don't think we're going to do the yellow star, so we'll take that out. Might have just eliminated the yoga shirt, though. I think it has. Or we might have a new favorite. I mean, the yellow banana is kind of funny, but I don't think we're going to do that. The black leather jacket's pretty cool. I'm not sure it gives us a whole lot of character. The only downside on the prismatic is it'll look good in game. It won't be a good thumbnail, but that's all right. All right, let's see what the pendant looks like. It's all right, but it's not doing much for me. Yeah. I don't care for that. Actually a lot more arm coverage than I thought that was going to have. It's not bad. It's a little off color from the goggles, but all right, that's got some appeal to it. All right, we have a link. We'll go back to the black leather jacket. As much as I like it, I think it's just too boring. If we're going to do that, we're going to definitely go with the... All right, so we need a new color for the prismatic moon, because the pants are no longer the right color. That's more of a... It's got a blue to it, it looks like. Alright. Yeah, we can remake the pants, right? Yeah, I wrote down the numbers. Alright, let's get ourselves into the blue. I think we need to desaturate more, maybe more color. Let's go 50-50. It's too blue. Let's try 40-40. Or some close proximity to it. 39, why not? Ooh, 36? See if I can get to 35. 35... 67, 35, 35. That's pretty close. I think I let it. I like that. All right, what did we say? 67, 35, 35. All right, the blue has a bit of a tie to the purple goggles. So that's not horrible. Let's see. One more trip through hats here. Go with the wizard hat. Bowlers and bows, the bucket hat. Oh, isn't there an eye patch? Yeah, there is an eye patch. Let's check out what the eye patch looks like. Maybe we go a little bit more combat-y. There's the non-radioactive goggles. Wearing a iridium pan on our head. Mr. Quee's hat. Let's pull that one. Space helmet. Ooh, the tricorn? We could try the tricorn. If I can dye it. I don't know if I can dye it or not. Let's find out. Cannot. Can't. Nope. Pants we can. Alright. Hey, Lavender, how you doing? Good to see you. I don't know about the eye patch. It's interesting, but it actually goes pretty well with the outfit. It just hides our hair. Kind of like it, but I don't know if I want to cover that much hair. Alright, let's see what the normal goggles look like. Are they any better? Nah, I don't care for those. We're going goggles, we're going radioactive. Mr. Quee, no thank you. I like the tricorn, but I don't like the color, so that's going to go away. Alright, that could be one of our looks. So we could go goggles. I don't think we're going to go eye patch. Let's throw on some sunglasses. Because there is a sunglasses in here that's different from the character creation sunglasses. See what they look like. I doubt we do that, but might as well check. Gotta check that. I love the propeller hat. I just don't think it's going to do what we want it to do. There is an oddity to it that I do like, but nope. The living hat's a rare drop, but yeah, we've done sunglasses on our last couple of characters. I don't think so. Alright, so either going to be goggles. Probably goggles. Maybe arcane hat. Man, if it wasn't for the fact that the prismatic is kind of cool, I'd almost go with the iridium breastplate. And that's if we don't decide to go with the link. If we go the link route, I'll probably let the chat vote on it tomorrow when we actually play and build this character. But I think we've got the base and we have a couple of options here. So we've got the link look and we've got the prismatic moon look. And I've got the numbers for the clothing all set. Link would be baggy shorts. And prismatic new moon is the farmer's pants. There we go. Skin hair. The shirt doesn't really matter since we're going to replace it. no accessories. Okay, I think we've got a character. So let's play with this look and see what it feels like. So I'm going to go ahead and slip out, take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, last part of our test here then is let's play some and see if we run into any issues. That mod seems to be working. This one seems to be working. No errors popping up on either of those. Oh, we actually have a dresser in the... Nice. Okay, let's do a little rearranging there. We'll also see if we like the general look. And if we don't, we will switch over to the Link outfit for a little bit. Okay, we need to ditch some of our stuff here. We don't really need to carry with us. Actually, let's put those in the dresser. Why not? Okay, let's get that. We'll get that. Get that. Probably don't need either of those. We do have Chests Anywhere installed, so we can get to it if we need to. Alright, let's do some work. We didn't let the chickens out on the first day. That's probably not good. They're probably not too happy with us since they're going to be... Oh, okay. No, they're not upset that they didn't eat. There we go. That's far more reasonable. Okay. So what we're going to do here is just kind of pretend like we're playing the game. Get a little bit of stress testing on the system. Make sure that we're not having some other issue that I am not foreseeing. We're going to have to do a little bit more investigation. I can't figure out why Jupiter's not showing up. It may correct itself. Maybe he's just not spawning on a particular tile or something like that. That's a possibility. So we'll play a few days in game here and see if we can get any resolution on that. Alright, so what we're doing here is we're just clearing out anything that's not grass. Oops, I think I just took out the fence. Did I just take out the fence? Yep, that's exactly what I did. Oh well. This isn't our permanent save, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, let's clear ourselves an exit to the backwoods here, as we normally would. And let's see what our path over to the bus stop looks like. It's clean and clear. Right, the nearest water is where? There's some down here. That's a ways away though. I don't like that. There's some up by the chicken coop. It's like a river. Yeah, that fills it up for us. Is there anything in this general direction? It's been a while since I've been on the... I think there's a pond to this, yeah, kind of the center here. Could plant our first crops in this general area to be close to watering. Plant all the way over here. It's just a long walk to get water. Eh, it's not horrible. We have to walk up to the chickens, but... Alright, Willie's in town. Welcome back, Willie. Alright. It's a little brighter out today. Let's see if we can find a good spot for our first crops. Where we might want to put them. So we could, again, we could plant close to the house. That's nice. We planted down here. It's a long walk over to here to water, but then we wouldn't have to make any trips to get water. That's quite a ways away. I think it might be quicker just to walk up here and get water from the chickens. We need to pet the chickens anyway every day. So coming up here to get water, we pet the chickens, we collect the eggs, we go back and we do our crops. So I think we could do crops up in this top corner here. Don't think you can till this. Nope. Have to get to the dirt. So that's probably our northwest corner right there. Now we don't necessarily need a lot of crops. We'll probably keep that somewhat under control and try to get ourselves into more chickens. Hey Harsh, welcome back. Your inventory is getting pretty full here. Ooh, look at that. We can make shields. Nice. Oh, congrats. Alright. Just ditch all that stuff for now. Got ourselves a geode. Well, it kind of depends on what you mean. You know, I went to school for virtual reality for one of my undergrad degrees. So I did digital animation production. That was a lot of fun. But probably my VR classes were some of my favorites. But it's been a lot of years since I was in school. So not something that is as relevant these days as it used to be. But that would probably be for me. Some of the classes I had the most fun in. Yeah, my first bachelor's degree is in virtual reality. My second bachelor's degree is in digital animation production. I didn't do a lot of chemistry. I mean, I took it like in high school, but not anything like in college or anything like that. All right, we burnt through a lot of energy here. Let's go ahead and walk around the valley. See if we can trigger any bad responses from any of the mods. I also took classes in drafting. I took classes in CAD. I took classes in multimedia. I took classes in education. I've done a lot of college classes. Wow, it's going to rain already tomorrow. This is a good save. Yeah, it has a lot of core there. All depends on what you're trying to do. You could make the same claim about physics. Without physics, nothing works in the universe. All depends on what you're interested in, though. There's not necessarily a best. It comes down to what's the best match for you, right? What makes you enjoy. But if you're enjoying it, then that's the right thing. What did we end up with? Was it 50? I think it's 50. Well, if it comes easy to you, then you might have a natural aptitude for it. The life advice I will give you is choose what you enjoy if you can. You don't want to dread going to work, so if at all possible, find a subject that you enjoy and figure out if you can make a career out of it. Don't chase anything just because it's easy or it's people tell you it's a good career or people tell you make a lot of money, because ultimately you'll burn yourself out if you're not enjoying yourself. But it sounds like you're enjoying your classes, so that's a good sign. We're not really doing anything. We're mostly just going in and out all the different areas, trying to make sure that everything is generally working here. We were quick there with curious glance before breaking easy. Yeah, okay. Fine, whatever. Well, that's a good goal. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, Juliet. A huge rabbit. I missed the rabbit if you saw a rabbit. There are rabbits that will sometimes run out from the bushes. Or was that Juliet? You might have been talking about Juliet, I guess. Oh, yeah, possibly. I missed it. I wasn't paying attention. Some of those things I've seen so many times that I will admit I kind of forget to pay attention to them. Yeah, probably the rabbit then. Could have been a possum. They do have possums in the game, but Man, this save is a good save. Holy cow. I almost want to reload it and just do it again. Let's go check the beach. What's going on the beach? How about we take a little swim? Soak up some energy from the ocean. Ocean energy. Yes, please. Chugga, 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 chugga. Oh, now we're ready to attack the day. Anything else out here on the beach? Doesn't look like it. Are you Dylan? Oh, I'm already starting to get to know the peoples. That's Rosa. Sure if there's anything else we can do in here, or if that's even the thing I'm supposed to go to. That would be, oh, what's her name? Is that Beatrice? It is. Give me a haircut. Where you at, Dale? I don't even see you. Oh, there you are. Good hiding spot. Who else is out and about? Jasper. Is that Baron Munchington or something like that? Sigbear. All right, let's go see if we can figure out why the dog's not spawning still. Might not be able to get into the house anymore, but we can. Cambia. I don't see the chicken either. We found her. We didn't find the chicken or the dog. Which again, the dog is giving us a warning, and I'm not sure why. Maybe we reinstall custom companions. Oh, I didn't know there was a path through right there. That's nice to know. All right, learning stuff. That's nice. I'll take that. Oh, there's the chicken. Orchard is crowing at the sky. You feel the unmistakable pull of the void. Wow, that's a picture. It's kind of cool looking, actually. Alright, it's 10:30. We should probably head home. Oh, where does the chicken go? Oh, it has their own little nest up here. Don't let Orchard catch you snooping around her coop. Very cool, Orchard. Nice spot. Okay. Let's head home. So yeah, the only issue we're having that I can tell, performance feels good. We have some kind of an issue with the dog, Jupiter. That the mod is not loading up correctly. Which is weird because I'm pretty sure in our other playthrough he loaded up okay. We'll test that here. Let's see. Let's go save this day so we don't lose any progress. How did we do accidentally? Now we got almost half done. We didn't even try. So. Alright, where did I put the schedules? Okay. They are alphabetical, which is kind of nice. All right, let's slip out and take a quick break. I'm going to reload into our last save that did have Jupiter working on it. And see if we can figure out what the difference is. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. The game is loading. I went ahead and loaded up our Joja 7 run, which we were playing last time. We got the... yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, see now on this save, we did not get the... ugh. We still have the weird performance jump, but we didn't get the error for Jupiter. So what I'll probably have to do is go through the mods for this one and see what I'm missing. There's something different that's making Jupiter not work, because this save has way more mods on it. This has like 100 and I can't remember, like 160 or something, 130, where the other one has like 60. Where did I put it? I don't know. We're gonna skip it. See if we can find Jupiter. There's Jupiter. Jupiter friendly face. Okay, so the mod is working. I must be missing something. So now there is I've read about this. There's a little discrepancy in the mod in that as soon as you go inside, Jupiter's also inside. So it's like the teleporting dog. He jumps back and forth, but that's weird. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to go through the mod list here and try to see warp squeaks.mgc.cp.cgcc house. I wonder if it's this. Is this loading up different because of expanded, maybe? I think it's the same map down here. You get to this map a little bit differently, but yeah, it should be the same map. Well, you know what? I'm curious. So let's go ahead and jump out. We'll just exit to the desktop here. And we're going to switch over back to our Sword and Sorcery setup. This shouldn't work what I'm about to do, but okay. What I did is I just added Stardew Valley Expanded to our list. And we'll see if that load fixes Jupiter. If it does, I might just remove Jupiter, because we're not going to run Expanded. I want just the East Scarp information, but it'll at least hopefully narrow down why we're getting the error. Pop you guys over to the left screen here. It looks like you have Stardew Valley Expanded installed. This is an add-on available for Schedule Viewer that enhances schedule details. So you can see the optional file settings and Nexus mods or CurseForge for the download. Oh, okay. That's fine. I'm not worried about, because we're not going to run Expanded, so this is just a test. Alright, so I'm going to load the game and we're going to watch the load system kick in here, and we'll see if we get the error. So I'm just over on the game on this side. If OBS wants to pick it up for us. Alright, let's go back to this. until the game loads up. I almost hope I get the error, because if I don't, it's going to be weird. But if I do, then it's something else that we're missing, and then we just have to track that down. Okay, cool. That's actually a good thing. So unable to find the companion match for Squeak's Jupiter Idol. So we're getting the same problem even though we turned expanded on. So that is kind of a good thing. All right, OBS, find the game. Turn it off and on again. Off, on. Sometimes it gets confused because we're running different mods and it sees it as a different game. So that can happen sometimes. Let's see. See if it'll grab that one. There we go. Just had to reconfigure it real quick. Okay. So we got the same unable to find companion match for Squeaks. So there is something different between the two sets of mods that is causing this to happen. So let's go ahead and jump out. Let's jump out of game here real quick. Okay, so I had a mod list that I wrote at one point. I don't know if I saved it or not. In the text file, characters. All right, let's look a slightly different way here. Character. Nope, don't see it there. Feel a sneeze coming. Ah, excuse me. Okay. Let's see. Games, Stardew Valley. If I saved it, where would I put 8 content mods? Okay, so these are the mods that we have in the big playthrough. Let's go ahead and just open this up. And then we'll slide this over. So let's take off the Stardew Valley expanded stuff. There we go. Okay, so if we go down the list, we had East Scarp. Oh, East Scarp Remastered. Is that the one we have? Ooh, is that our problem? No, I didn't reinstall East Scarp, so let's double check that just to make sure. Forward to East Scarp locations. East Scarp 3.0. That should be fine. Locations, forage settings. Yeah, I can't imagine that should be the same mod for both of those. Okay. Lilybrook Pine Village, we don't care about any of those. Bear Family, Eli and Dylan, George Luna. So Metal Gear Ghost Cottagecore, that's what puts Jupiter on. These are all different NPCs. Bear Family, I think we have. What's Deo? That's Sunberry. Eli Fievel we have. Ginger Island we have. Jong. Jong is Sunberry. Jorts. Jorts and Jean. I mean, maybe? Helper Cats. Full rights for JoJo workers. I don't think that's anything. Lonnie. I don't see why these would be. Lonnie is Sunberry. We added Nora, I think. Yeah, Nora's on there. Ripley. I don't think Ripley's East Scarp. Nope, she's Sunberry as well. Rodney we have on. Yep, Rodney's on there. Rose, I think, is Sunberry. Rose, yeah, NPC for Sunberry, yep. And Ren is Sunberry. Okay, so I don't think it's any of these contents. So, what do we have for gameplay? Automated, shouldn't matter. None of that should matter. Escape from Joja shouldn't matter. Right, quick save. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, none of that. So here's where we need to check. So Burb Core. What does this one do? Core mod for my mods, provide shared functionality for all my other mods. All right, who is the author? Let's get the author name for the metal one. That'll help us. Otter Squeaks. Actually, let's open that page. And let's see if we can get the author's list of mods. Did they write anything else? Mods, I've only got 2. Saloon second floor. Gus has is a Time Lord and the station's a TARDIS. Okay. That's definitely not it because I've never installed that one. So it's not something that they have written. Alright, content pasture and custom companions should have both of those. I know those are both on. Otherwise it wouldn't work. Yeah, custom companions is on there. Expanded preconditions, extra machine. Mapping extensions and extra properties. PC's tile sheets. Do we have Stardew Hack on? Yeah, if that one's on. What about Button? Yep, that one's on. I don't see anything in here that should be causing this not to work. Expanded preconditions. Maybe. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a loss at this one. Content picture companions. What's Eska's? Do we have that? As miscellaneous new features and other mods to use via new assets, map tile properties, etc. Let's see, mods using this. Alright, let's see if we can find anything that lists our metal core. Doesn't look like it. Alright, let's go back to this and see East Scarp total, item bags, community center. Star Jeweler. That's not doing anything for me. Yep, that's the one we have installed there. Close that one. Yep, we've got that one installed. Let's see if there's anything in here. Idle animation is not being used. That's similar to the problem we're having. Companions don't use the idle animations. Instead, they just use the moving animations when idle. See, I don't think it's a bug, though, because it works in one setup and not the other. That part doesn't make sense to me. Added 3 dependencies. I think we have all those. Check internal configuration, I guess. HXW. I'm almost certain we have the HXW tile sheets on. I think more than one mod uses those. Yep, those are on. Well, we could... I could just start turning some of these on. There's not a lot of them that we don't have in the support category. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and let's relaunch the game and check for any internal configurations that may be giving us a problem. All right, let's pop back over here. Like maybe we have a setting wrong, setting that's different. I can't imagine we do, but we'll see. The companions from Pack Eli and Dylan. Okay, that's good. I'm just watching the load go here. Let's slide that over there so I can see it. Now, I didn't say it loaded custom companions from anybody else. But again, the chicken's loading and the girl is loading. It's just not the dog. Which is the other odd thing. If the whole mod was broken, you wouldn't think you would get any of those. Which makes me think it's a configuration issue. Let's go make sure we didn't accidentally turn the dog off or something. Sometimes it can be the easiest issue, right? Some little thing that's like, oh, you checked a checkbox accidentally or something like that. Okay, still got the warning. Let's go ahead and portrait style. And in the cactus, I don't even know what that is. Well, there's not a whole lot to do there. Custom companions doesn't even have a configuration. It's a utility. Go to find companion match for Squeaks. MGCCC Jupiter tile. This one's a weird one. I don't know what is different. Go back through my list real quick, but look up anything. This shouldn't matter. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do next then. I was hoping there'd be a configuration thing. So what we'll do is we'll throw on, just for testing purposes here, Burb Core. Content patcher, custom companions, custom museum framework, that wouldn't make a difference. The Lionheart shouldn't make a difference. Item extensions, I don't think that would make a difference, but we'll turn it on. Let me mark these down so that I can remember to turn them back off if this doesn't work. Item extensions. Is there anything else in this list that we don't have? Oh, expanded preconditions. Let's try that one. Extra machine, nah. Okay, let's try this. I've added 3 mods that shouldn't have any relation to the particular thing that we're doing, but you never can tell. You just never can tell sometimes. All right, let's look to see if Successfully loaded companions Eli and Dylan. Sit from 1.4.4. Honk. Come on, OBS, you can find it. Again, we changed mods, so it sees it as a different game sometimes. Sometimes it's smart enough to be like, oh, wait a minute. Those are the same. And then sometimes it's not. If this doesn't work, we'll load the other save in this configuration and see, and then we'll load the, we'll just switch mod sets and load the saves differently and see if we can somehow pull together a solution. All right, still got the warning. So those 3 loads did not make any difference. So here's what we're going to try. We'll exit to the title here. All right. Now this will be, I'll get all kinds of other warnings, but we'll load this save up with this setup and see if we get that error. And then we'll switch the mods and we'll do the other thing. Yeah, we're getting all kinds of wrong farms and stuff like that. Ooh, that made a mess. Did not like that at all. Okay, so I still got the unable to find companion match for Squeaks. So even on this save, which worked before, we're not getting it. Okay. So now what we'll do, well, first thing we're going to do is remove those 3 mods so I don't forget to do it. Because they didn't fix a thing. We got the burb core, we've got the expanded preconditions. You can go away because you didn't fix anything. And item extensions, you didn't fix anything. Okay, here's what we're going to do then. We're going to load up our mod set that is the 132 mod version. Now this takes a little bit longer because it's loading up 7 different content packs. All right, this is going to take a couple of minutes, so let's take a 3-minute break. We'll be right back. All right, let's see how well OBS does in finding this one. Now, I did notice in the text spam of the loader, Custom Companions loaded up something called MGC Pets that I haven't seen in our other save. So maybe that's what's causing our problem. We'll see if we can track that down. Or if that's the name of the metal core. I don't know for sure. Because sometimes their internal names and their external names are a little bit different. Okay, we got a lot of spam, but we're looking for one particular one, which I haven't seen yet. Let's see, what all that yellow go flying by? Yeah, a bunch of stuff I couldn't find, but that's fine. Broken NPCs. Okay, so it loaded the dog up correctly. Let's go see if the dog's actually there. Now this is going to be a little freaked out. What the heck is that? Oh, this is a different map because we don't have the Frontier Farm loaded. That's Grandpa's shed, I do believe. Interesting. I've never played without the Frontier Farm loaded. Alright, so now we've got a weirdness going on because we have conflicting maps a little bit and stuff like that, but for the test I think it should work, and as long as we don't save, no permanent damage will be done. And even if it is, this is just a test save, we can just delete it if we need to. Not that big of a deal. I know it is raining. Yep, see, there's the dog. So he loaded up fine. So in this save, he's here, and he should be inside as well, because that's a known error. Okay. So he's in both spots. So we're going to go ahead and just exit out of that. So I did see something called MCG Pets. And nothing came up under MCG. MCG Pets. There it is. Open. All right, so this must be something that's installed as a helper. Okay, Otter Squeaks, Cambria's retired service dog. Okay, we might be onto something here. Jupiter Idle and Jupiter Sleep. Okay, so this is the mod that might be missing. Okay, so that's in 8 packs. Let's go to Sword and Sorcery. We might have found it, hopefully. Yes, okay, that's what it is. So, let me get you guys over to a different screen here. Okay, so here's what happened. We have the Metal Gear or Metal Core, right? By Otter Squeaks. When we turn this on, it turns on all of its prereqs, but for whatever reason, we've got this mod called MCG. No, let's go to Pets. MGC Pets. Now this doesn't have a mod page. This is a purely supporting mod that's by the same author, and is most likely got itself installed at the same time. Let's go say find otter squeaks. There we go. So when this installed, it installed this one, but for whatever reason didn't turn it on. Now, if I open up the folder on this, it just has a simple manifest called Cambria's Retired Service Dog. And in its companions, it has Jupiter Idle and Jupiter Sleep, the two things that we were erroring on. So what we should be able to do here is turn this on. Last updated 5.12. All right. Let's go ahead and launch this one. Hopefully, I think logically that's the problem. I found the issue. Is a helper mod didn't get turned on, and for whatever reason, Stardrop didn't link it up to the original thing. So this might be our last thing. And then we've got a working set of mods. We've got good performance, and we have an exciting new angle to play on Stardew. Loading companions from pack MGC Pets, Eli and Dylan. That's a good sign. That wasn't loading up before. Now, why it's not contained in the same mod, I do not know. There might be something that they had to do as the mod author. I have never written a mod for Stardew, so I can dig into the files and sometimes make changes to the configurations, but I've never actually written one from scratch. All right, let's see if I can get good old OBS to recognize the game here. Sometimes it doesn't like the menu. All right, I'll fire the game up. We'll see what happens. All right, come on, you can do it. You can do it. So how I found that was I watched the loading screen for the other game and noticed it loaded up. All right, I see no warnings. So now the question is, are they there? Let's go see if we can find Jupiter. See, we didn't get this before either. Now this could be because of a rainy day. All right. Love the rainy night. Although it is a rainy morning technically. Whew, that's a relief. I was a little nervous that I wouldn't be able to get that solved. That I ended up having to just remove the mod. And are you there? There he is, Jupiter! Welcome back to the save. A false sense of security. All right, we are golden. Figured there was some logical reason, and there's the inside version. Chicken's inside as well. And it looks like she sleeps in here. Well, why can't we go in here then? So she sleeps out here. But has a back room that we can't go into. And then there's a chicken. I think they're all sleeping. Okay, whatever. We don't care. You loaded. That's all that we care about. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I am so happy. I still wonder why we can't get to this tree. Seems like there should be something. Like it's got a tooltip thing. Guess I'll see you around then? Okay. It's a weird thing to just say. But we never got to that tree in any other playthrough, so... Unless we can take the rowboat out to it. Nope. Well, we got a good introduction to the mod. We read through the entire player's guide. We were able to get a mod set up and running. Everything seems to be working. We don't have any mod conflicts that are causing a weird performance hiccup that we're getting on the other playthrough. That's a good sign. Even in the rain here, I haven't had one issue. I don't have my performance thing on, but frame rate's been smooth. Everything's back to normal. I just think in that other setup with so many mods loaded, we had a couple of mods fighting each other, trying to figure out which one got to do what, where, and when, and why, and stuff like that. That's my gut. Might not be right, but it's what it feels like. Who's this? It's different music. But isn't the mysterious new farmer? What an entirely unexplained little coincidence. Alright, we don't want to... I'm not going to watch that because I don't want to get spoilers on what's going to happen in this series, right? Like everything we did tonight was to prepare this series for our next playthrough. So I'm not sure what that whole wolf was, but... Okay, now I think one of the last things we need to decide is... do we go with the early paladin unlock or not? Whether the paladin skill is unlocked by default or during the final intermission. Let's go ahead and jump into... Alright, let's close some of these windows. Sword and Sorcery. Let's see if we can get a sense for how people play this. Paladin. Paladin unlock. Stuck at level 1 after going to bed. Unlock. Okay. So I'm just going to jump you guys back over here. Let's see if there's anything in here. Sorcery is by using spells which are unlocked via research. Paladin is bugged in this version. Alright. Sword and Sorcery has 5 new skills. Now gradually dish out skill books as the skills themselves are unlocked via a new NPC. Moving on to the 4th book. Alright, well there's nothing really there. Let's just do a Google search here. Early Paladin and lock. Trying to get a feel for how much it changes the play. Oh, there we go. Sword and Sorcery wiki. That should help. Let's see if we can pull anything out of that. So, skills. Be careful not to get too deep into spoilers here. Let's just search. Oh, this is just... I think it's just one page on the East Scarp wiki. So this might not be... Which is cool that they have it, but I don't know if that's going to give us what we're looking for. Yeah, I don't think so. I was hoping they'd have their own wiki. It's a big enough mod. Feels like it should. By talking to NPCs and completing quests. Alright, so those are just the skill breakdowns. Alright. Nexus mods. Mod work. Let's go unlock this by interacting with NPCs. A tail appears shortly after you first enter. Let's see, step-by-step walkthrough, no thank you. Yeah, I'm torn on this one. The default is not to have the early paladin unlock. The finale intermission. But it's one of those, it's like... I don't know. It feels like I want it on because it's something I want to use throughout the entire playthrough, but also that's not the natural progression system that the game is built on. So I'm going to turn it back off. That is the default way the game was made. Hey, whoever popped in and gave us our 20th like. Thanks, Ghost Pet Shop. We appreciate it. How you doing tonight? I didn't know if we were going to get to 20 today. Been kind of a quiet chat tonight. We've covered a lot, but chat's been quiet. Doing well, doing well. How are you doing? I guess I already asked you that. Thanks for popping in. Hope your week is going well. As we approach... What is today? Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah. As we approach midweek. It's already been a long week and it's only Tuesday. We have been digging through and setting up Sword and Sorcery. I'm excited. I think this is going to be reinvigorating for our playthrough. Colors, equipment menu. Control the pacing of events by configuring how much time passes between each one. 1 day, 3 days, 1 week. Again, we'll leave it at default. Causes some pathing issues, but offers a shortcut to the Druid Tower. Adds additional content for Eli and Dylan if they're installed. They are installed. Okay, we will turn that one on. Toggles use for Ridgeside Village materials in the special order from Roslyn. Oh, I don't know on that one because we don't have Ridgeside Village installed. Toggle the use of Ridgeside Village's materials. That seems like that will make it so we can't do it. Toggle the use of Chocobo Valley's materials in the special order from Dandelion. Alright, if they become a problem, we can turn those off. Alright. Vector heterochromatic. That's like different colored eyes. Blue-green eyes, that's kind of cool. Mateo troll heritage must be set to true for this to take effect. Gives Mateo horns and unique eye color based on their parentage. Rainbow hair. That was default to blue. Rainbow eyes. Alright, I did change one thing in here, I think. So I probably need to save, but I don't want to accidentally save. Yeah, the Eli and Dylan. So let's do this. Let's set everything back to default. And then we'll turn that on and save it. All right. Don't think I have any major issues. Nope, that all looks good as well. This is probably not the way we should have went home since we haven't really cleaned anything up yet, but actually that wasn't too bad. I don't think. Yep, there's our house. What did we get for mail? Backpack. Okay. I'm excited. This is hopefully going to be a really fun playthrough. Tomorrow we'll have to vote on which outfit we end up wearing, but wow, where did we get all this stuff? 2 green or 2 bean pots? That's weird. I'm not sure. Okay, I think we will save. Now again, this is just our test file, so it's not going to be that important what day it's on, and I'll probably load up. Actually, let's do one more thing that I normally do. So now that we've got this basically configured the way we want it, let's go ahead and exit out to the desktop here. And we're going to pop back over into Stardrop. Now, our Sword and Sorcery playthrough setup is complete. I'm going to go ahead and jump in here. I've got this East Scarp S&S that I was working on. I think we'll go ahead and delete that one so I don't get them messed up. Then we're going to take this Sword and Sorcery one and we're going to duplicate it. And then we'll come down here and we'll rename this. Oh, not duplicate it again. Let's see, remove that. There we go. Rename this Sword and Sorcery thumbnails or thumbnail. So what I normally do is I usually create a second profile, right? So we've got Sword and Sorcery, and then we've got Sword and Sorcery thumbnail. So we'll go ahead and leave this. So our Sword and Sorcery playthrough has our mods all installed. If we scroll up here to the top, we ended up with 64. 64 mods to make this work. I think that's reasonable. Now for our Sword and Sorcery thumbnail, we're going to switch over to this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on a few more mods. So the CJB cheats menu, we're going to turn that one on. And sometimes it's nice, I'll turn on the no clip mod as well. That's probably all we're going to need. And what that allows me to do is if I need to go in and make thumbnails, I can change time, I can change seasons, I can do whatever I want just to build the thumbnails. So we won't play on that one. So we play on this profile, right? That'll be the one that we play games on. But then I've got the other one set up just so that if I need to do thumbnails, I can. Okay, and this actually loads up pretty quick. Let's see, we were at 29:18. The other one took about 3 minutes, I think, to load from start to finish. But we're not loading near as many content mods. The gameplay mods don't really take up a lot of loading space because they're not loading assets. The assets will sometimes really crank stuff out, so... All right, what was that, 30 seconds? That's better than 3 minutes. It hasn't quite. There we go. Now the game's loaded. About 40 seconds to get into the game. All right, we're 1 minute in total. All right. 30:21, 30:22 maybe. All right, I'll slide you guys back over. Hopefully OBS will pick up the game as soon as it loads in here. Oh yeah, that was less than 30 seconds as opposed to like 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes before. That'll be nice. All right, come on, find Stardew Valley. There it is. Perfect. All right, let's go ahead and slip out for a break real quick. And then we'll start figuring out our mod list or our raid list and stuff like that. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, we are back. So, what did we accomplish? Well, we built a character. This is going to be probably our look. We'll have to decide, and I'll probably let the chat vote. We did build ourselves a Legend of Zelda Link costume. So, because we are going to be doing kind of an RPG, we could go with that look. I haven't decided yet, but I'll probably let the chat vote on it to see if that's the way we go. But I think this is probably the way I'm going to want to go, if I can have any influence on the chat. One, because we can see our cool spiky hair. So that's our character we got built. I'm pretty sure we're going to do the Meadowlands farm. I think the chickens will be nice to have. Are they even happy with us? They might be mad at us. Oh, it looks really happy. Alright. I don't even know if we've been feeding the poor chickens. I know they laid eggs, so I guess they're doing alright. Anyway. I think having an animal-based farm as opposed to a farm-based farm might be the way to go. I'll do a little bit looking to see if there is a map that we want to try, but I think Meadowlands is probably the way we're going to go on that. And then we're going to do this playthrough just embracing the Sword and Sorcery storyline. That's really what we want to try to get through. So hopefully it triggers pretty quickly. We're going into it a little bit blind. We did read the manual, right? This is really cool. The fact that they built essentially like a guidebook source book that you would have like in a D&D style type of deal. I'm digging this. This was really, really well put together. So that's cool. And then we will embrace the RPG-ness of the playthrough. Okay, it looks like... Who do we have playing today? I think we'll pop over to Cozy Cow. I went and looked around, didn't see anybody else who was streaming anything that kind of links to what we're doing, so let's go ahead and get that going. Wow, I got an even split on the... How many votes do we get? 6 votes. 3 for Joja, 3 for Community Center. Very nice. Okay, if you don't get auto-forwarded, that will get you to where you need to go. If you do pop over with me, please go ahead and drop a decon raid in the chat, just so that she knows that we're trying to support fellow streamers. I do appreciate that. All right, everybody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. This stream was a little bit different. But I think it was fun to go through the process. I do this for pretty much every playthrough and everything that we do. I just usually do it off stream. So to actually do it on stream has been kind of fun. Share with you guys a little bit of the behind the scenes that I go through when I set up a new playthrough. Hopefully it was fun to watch. So with that being said, I think we're going to go ahead and call it for tonight. Thank you for making gaming a positive influence on people's lives. We do appreciate that. We will leave you like we always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Be a part of a gaming community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Thank you so much for being a part of our community. I do appreciate each and every one of you. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, or night. And we will see you tomorrow night for the kickoff of our Stardew Valley Sword and Sorcery playthrough. Take care, everybody.